Chapter 377. Since it was a young bird, things would be much easier. With Dosun's magic rock wall, it could completely block the way and then catch a turtle in a jar. But List didn't choose to do so. Looking at the reluctant chocobo, he suddenly felt that the bird must have a request. It appeared because of the barley sprite worm, which means it feeds on sprite worms. That's a bit hard to accept. Although sprite worms aren't as valuable as low-rank dragons, they're still terrifying to raise. Feeding on sprite worms might even seem extravagant to a dragon, let alone feeding a low-rank dragon. Moreover, given the rarity of sprite worms, it was truly inconceivable that a chocobo could survive and grow so big. He deduced that the chocobo was only interested in sprite worms. Maybe I can lure it with something else? While thinking, he had someone bring some jerky and tossed it over. Startled by the jerky, the chocobo hid in the bushes, but soon came out again, cautiously approached the jerky, lowered its head and pecked at it, but didn't eat it. It doesn't eat meat? List had someone throw bread and fruit, and found that the chocobo did eat a bit, but didn't show much interest, still staring at the sprite worm in the retainer knight's hand. "Sir, this strange bird probably wants to eat the barley sprite worm," Marcus said directly. "Just shoot it down. Leaving it alive would be a waste of the sprite worm." "Don't worry, I'll try again." List rejected. He didn't believe that the chocobo rewarded by the smoke mission was to eliminate the abundant sprite worms in his territory. After thinking about it, he decided to try the effect of the jade. Maybe this low-rank dragon also liked to eat jade. He threw the jade next to the chocobo's feet. The chocobo lowered its head and pecked at it, indifferent. Jerky didn't work, bread and fruit didn't work, jade didn't work either. List immediately frowned. Does this bird really want to lust after the sprite worm? "Sir, shoot it," Marcus suggested again. Trembling Woods also barked. It was also a little impatient. However, List still chose to try seducing him. After all, this was his reward, so he had to treat it gently. But half an hour later, the chocobo had been showered with all sorts of items, and still none of them had managed to lure it. At this time, he could no longer be gentle. With a cold face, he gave the order, "Dosun, the rock wall." Boom! Dosun lunged forward, opening his mouth to spit out magic, and a 10-meter wall of rock appeared behind the chocobo. Clatter! The chocobo squawked and ran, its movements light and agile, circling the rock wall from the left. But before it could escape, Dosun cast another stone wall. This middle-level world of Warcraft had greatly improved its intelligence under List's training, and it knew how to use magic to hunt. However, everyone had underestimated the speed and agility of the chocobos. This low-level dragon that looked like a long-necked rooster was able to leap high into the air like a flea. As long as the path was blocked by a rock wall, it would leap high into the air and leap over it. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't even catch a single feather. The night squad had already circled around the bushes, trying to surround the chocobo, but they couldn't. Even when List gave the order to shoot with arrows, they still couldn't hit it. Even after sweating profusely, the chocobo was still jumping around unscathed. "Sir, something's wrong with this bird. It's not a normal beast," Marcus said with a dark expression after a few missed shots. List waved his hand, no longer wasting his energy. The plan to surround the chocobo had failed. "It really is something else. If we can't stop it, we should all stop." Fortunately, the chocobo seemed to be toying with them. It could have run away, but it chose not to, instead playing hide-and-seek with them. One could only imagine how strongly it was attracted to the barley worm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken the risk to stay here. The night squad stopped, and Dosun also lay on the ground with its tongue hanging out. It was the most ferocious in its pursuit, but it still couldn't catch up to the chocobo, no matter how hard it tried. All it could do was stick out its tongue awkwardly, pretending that the heat was affecting its performance. As they stopped, the chocobo also stopped, jumping onto a rock wall and staring at List's squad, as well as the jade box with the barley worm in it. The best thing to do now was to use the barley worm as bait to lure the chocobo into the trap. But List couldn't bear to do that. With the chocobo's speed and agility, it would be very awkward if it ate the bait and still couldn't stay. Besides, He couldn't tell if it was worth it to lose a barley worm for a chocobo of unknown nature and uses. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a new plan. He had Marcus find some rope, make a few hunters' ropes, and pretend to throw them on the ground. He then picked up the jade box, opened the lid, and waved it around to attract the chocobo's attention. The yellow barley worm immediately attracted the chocobo's attention. Cluck, cluck. List quickly closed the lid. He turned around, put the barley worm into another jade box, and secretly passed it to Marcus. Then he turned around again, holding the empty jade box, and placed it in the center of the rope trap. Then he slowly retreated until he was about 10 meters away and waited quietly with Marcus and the others, each holding a rope. Cluck! The chocobo clearly didn't understand what the ropes on the ground were. Its intelligence hadn't evolved to this level yet. So after pacing back and forth impatiently, it finally couldn't hold back its desire for the barley worm and tentatively walked towards the jade box, only to shrink back again halfway. After walking back and forth a few times, it finally couldn't hold back anymore and rushed towards the jade box. When it stepped into the trap, Liz suddenly yelled, "Pull!" The other Earth Knights all pulled on the ropes in their hands, but most of them missed, except for the one in Griffin's hand, which successfully hooked onto the chocobo's claws and instantly pulled taut. This sudden turn of events shocked the chocobo, and it hurriedly turned around to run, but the rope tugged on it, and it fell to the ground with a thud. At that moment, Dosen was like a black brick pouncing on the chocobo just as it was about to get up, pinning it to the ground. "Dosen, no biting," List hurriedly ordered. He didn't want his hard-earned reward to be bitten to death by Dosen. Dosen had already obeyed the order instinctively and didn't bite down, only holding the struggling chocobo down, its huge body pinning the chocobo down. Then the riders of the night squad rushed over, grabbing ropes for the chocobo's heads, legs, and wings, and tying them up. They had successfully captured a low-level dragon. So fat, Charles Pitfall rubbed the chocobo's belly as he tied it up, exclaiming, "Sir, this bird is enough for us to eat for a few days." List rubbed the chocobo's dinosaur-like head, satisfied with this hunt. "There's no way I'm going to eat it. I'm going to tame it and make it my mount." Chapter 378. By the time the chocobo was captured, the sky was almost dark. After sending away the members of the Orders of Chivalry who came to watch the fun, List began to think about how to tame the chocobo. This wasn't a horse that could be successfully ridden by defeating it. This was a low-level draconic beast, probably not yet an adult, but it was already full of magic. Magic Eye's field of vision was a cyan, magical glow, indicating that it was a low-level wind-type draconic beast. The wind-type world of Warcraft generally ran very fast, as evidenced by the chocobo's performance. It still can't release magic, otherwise it would be even harder to capture. But how do I tame it? Without the feelings and conditioned reflexes that I've cultivated since childhood, I can't tame it like I tamed Stupid Woman in a short period of time. Especially looking at it now, it's very hostile towards me, making it even harder to tame. List stood in the cage, looking at the chocobo in the corner and pondering. The chocobo had been untied, but it was kept in a cage in the castle's storehouse. When List first came in, the chocobo tried to attack List, but was hammered a few times by List's aura-infused fists, and it shrank into a corner, not daring to look directly at List. This allowed List to study it in peace. Casting Magic Eye, he observed the magical state of the chocobo back and forth, looking for any differences from ordinary World of Warcraft. I'm sure that this strange bird is the low-level draconic beast chocobo rewarded by the smoke mission. Currently, in its infancy, the magical power in its body seems to be a bit stagnant, not coherent enough. When it came to World of Warcraft, List dared to call himself Coral Island's #1 expert. After all, he studied blizzard beasts all day long. List had a full set of notes on Dosen's changes, and now he still had 8 small notes, so he was very clear about the changes in magical power in World of Warcraft. There was also the magic of elves. He also had a lot of observations and records, even of sirens. So, he quickly discovered that the magic of the chocobos was different from that of magical beasts. Its mana seems to be somewhere between World of Warcraft and Elves. From the way it's dissipating, its mana dissipates much slower than World of Warcraft's mana. Perhaps this situation can be determined by the degree of solidification of the magic power itself? List secretly guessed. He had summarized the magic of different species. The magic of a dragon is undoubtedly the most magical. It can be engraved for a long time without dissipating. The fire dragon on Black Horse Island has been dead for many years, but its magic can still be turned into a magic dragon. The degree of solidification was very high, almost permanently indestructible. The magic power of the elves was undoubtedly second only to that of the dragons. Through the magic released by the worm stalk, it constantly affected the surrounding plants. Although it couldn't be engraved for a long time, it could slowly infiltrate the surrounding environment. The direction of solidification was different from that of a dragon's magic, but the effect was similar. World of Warcraft's magic was undoubtedly a bit weak. It could only trigger fixed spells. However, in comparison, the Do-Chi of the humans was the most pitiful. This was because they were losing a large amount of Do-Chi at every moment. It was simply an existence that could not be stopped. Even so, the use of Do-Chi by humans could not be said to be bad. This was because there were unlimited possibilities to use different Do-Chi techniques. Dragons were like beings whose magic was solidified to the extreme. They could even represent a certain rule. Humans were born without magic and couldn't store for long, but there were endless ways to cultivate and refine their own magic. Combat energy is a type of magic. It was like two extremes. Liszt even had a bold guess. Infinitely changing combat energy, combined with the most magical magic. Could there be a very wonderful chemical reaction? Maybe this is why the Dragon Knight is invincible in this world. There wasn't much theoretical evidence to support his guess. The Dragon Knight was an existence that couldn't be explained at the moment. He put away his thoughts and looked at the magic of the Chocobo. It seems that the magic has reached a critical point. This reminds me of Dosun's evolution, stimulated by the bloodline fruit. Maybe this Chocobo is also on the verge of transformation? Is it hoping to use the magic of the sprite worm as a breakthrough? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the Chocobo was still looking at the sprite worm even though it was surrounded by people. Unfortunately, I won't take out the sprite worm to feed to the Chocobo. Each sprite worm not only represented value, but also beauty. He thought of Ella, wondering if the thorn sprite would rebel in the castle if it lost its restraints. If I can't use the sprite worm, how can I stimulate the Chocobo's transformation? Liz touched the space gem and took out a bottle of thorn potion. Can this potion have the same effect? External magic stimulation should be able to replace the sprite's magic. It's worth a try. In fact, there was no need to guess. As soon as he took out the thorn potion, the Chocobo reacted, straightening its body and staring at the crystal tube in Liz's hand. Cluck, you want it? Cluck, let me ride you, and I'll give it to you. Cluck. The Chocobo dodged Liz's approach, but its eyes were still fixed on the thorn potion. Liz thought for a moment, then took out a small jade box, poured out a bit of the thorn potion, and handed it to the Chocobo. The Chocobo looked at Liz's outstretched hand and quickly pecked at it, taking the jade box with its mouth, then tilted its head back and drank the potion that was not even the size of a fingernail. After he finished drinking, he stuck out his tongue and licked the jade box until the jade box was about to break. Only then did he reluctantly throw the jade box away and shout at List, "Clatter! You still want it? If you want it, let me ride you." After a few more attempts, the Chocobo finally fell for the temptation, and List leapt up and rode on its back. Its wide, plump body was perfect for riding. Its thick feathers were also soft, especially around its neck and back. It was like a natural saddle. The Chocobo on List's back was about to explode, but in the next moment, it quickly steadied itself and let him ride. Because List had already brought the remaining half of the thorn potion to its mouth. The temptation of the thorn potion was irresistible, and it picked up the crystal tube with its mouth, tilted its head back and drank the potion, then licked the tube clean and cried out in pleasure, "Cluck!" It temporarily forgot that there was someone riding on its back. Very good. That's it. Let me ride you and you'll get the potion, got it? List smiled proudly. Taming a low-level dragon was just that easy. Unlike pure beasts or World of Warcraft, chocobos were highly intelligent, and this made them easy to tempt. Riding represented the potion. If you want the potion, you have to be ridden. The simple logic was quickly imprinted in its intelligent brain. After riding the chocobo around the cage a few times and seeing that it had gotten used to being ridden, Liz shouted outside, "Thomas, open the cage door. Open the door." The chocobo shot out like an arrow, swinging List off its back, showing signs of its wild side. List hurriedly pulled out a new thorn potion, instantly stabilizing the chocobo, then used the potion to guide the chocobo back towards the cage. Finally, after losing another thorn potion, the chocobo obediently entered the cage. Tamed. Chapter 379. After capturing the chocobo, List was ready to give it a name. Should I name it after its species, or Saber after the hair on its head? He rubbed his chin in thought. Or should I name it Kendrick after its cluck? Or Kata Duck? If I name it after Docin and Blessed Curls, I should call it Saucy. But List didn't like the name Saucy. Looking at its weak appearance, I might as well call it Weak Chicken. No, Weak Chicken would make my mount ugly. Let's call it Loki. Loki as the name of the chocobo had been decided. In fact, he had thought of using Rainbow as the name of the chocobo because the feathers of the chocobo were bright and colorful. But Rainbow couldn't reflect the characteristics of the chocobo. This low-level dragon beast could run and jump, and apart from not being able to fly, it was a perfect mount. Of course, a name was just a code name, not demanding. Moonlight shone through the window. List felt that no matter how many achievements he made in this war, he had at least earned back his costs. A chocobo, a barley worm, a lesser elf soldier, and 3 sets of mithril armor. Next, assist the Count in killing Snade. There will be even better rewards. I wonder if it's a high-level Chi secret manual suitable for me. He called out the smoke mission. After searching the castle's underground vault, the previous mission was completed. Mission completed. Reward: a lesser elf swift shadow bow. The new mission was a bit more difficult. Mission: main city has been captured. The obstacles around Oxhair City have been removed. The climax of the campaign is imminent. Please hurry to Oxhair City to assist Lee William Tulip in besieging and killing Count Snade of Oxhair City. Reward: high-level Chi secret manual. High-level Chi secret manual referred to the Cultivation secret manual for the Sky Knight, because the Sky Knight's Chi was high-level. At present, there was only one high-grade Chi secret manual on Coral Island, which was the Giant Wave Breaks the Tide, cultivated by the Count. This Chi secret manual was of the water attribute, which was not suitable for List. I hope I can be rewarded with a high-grade fire attribute Dochi manual. After practicing Aura Decay for 2 hours, he took out a cup of fresh dragon milk from the gem space and drank it. Then he began to sleep. The next day, he woke up at dawn. After washing up, the army set off. This time, he didn't ride Black Dragon, but a chocobo. Along the way, he continued to tame chocobos and familiarize himself with them. Loki left. With the thorn potion as a guide, List quickly established a simple set of commands. Loki's IQ was very high, and his cooperation was very smooth. The only problem was that he had to spend a lot of money. He had used up 2 thorns potions in the morning, plus the 2 potions he had used last night. It had been less than a day since he had tamed it, and he had used up 4 potions, which was equivalent to throwing away more than a dozen gold coins. It wasn't enough to just train the password. He also needed to train the body's commands to complete its control. I hope that Loki will soon break through the shackles of magic power and enter a new level, no longer needing the help of magic potions. Otherwise, even a Count wouldn't be able to support this kind of magic potion. He cast magic eyes and looked at Loki's increasingly abundant magic power. He felt that in a few days, it would be able to break through. Maybe at that time, Loki would be able to spit out magic. As for how many kinds of magic low-level dragons could use, he wasn't too clear. There was even less information about dragons than about dragons. Loki run, Loki jump. Loki, stop. The password training was very successful. In order to get the Thorns potion, Loki performed very hard. Its abilities were also revealed to List little by little. Its running speed was far faster than that of Black Dragon. An ordinary warhorse's sprinting speed was about 60 kilometers per hour. Black Dragon could sprint up to 100 kilometers per hour, and the Chocobo's sprinting speed was almost twice that of Black Dragon, 200 kilometers per hour. But Black Dragon could run at high speed for nearly an hour or two, while the Chocobo couldn't even last 10 minutes. Its normal running speed was maintained at 60 kilometers per hour. When running and jumping, it could reach a vertical height of 5 meters and a horizontal length of 41 meters. When jumping in place, it could reach a vertical height of 3 meters and a horizontal length of 14 meters. At this level, it could be called a jumping machine. It had the elegance of a Sky Knight. A Sky Knight could fly for a short period of time. And these data were all from when the Chocobo was still a juvenile. Once the Chocobo reached adulthood, these data would definitely improve. Most importantly, it would be able to learn magic very quickly. He didn't know what kind of wind magic a low-level dragon of the wind attribute could use, but he hoped it wouldn't be wind blades like the Windblade Wolf. Sir, there's a small town up ahead. According to the map, it should be West Wind Town. Should we rest here for a while? It's already noon. Captain Layden ran over to ask. Then let's rest. What is this World of Warcraft? It's very powerful as a mount. Paris approached List, who was feeding the Chocobo. The Chocobo was probably full from drinking the potion and was now crazily eating fruit and bread to replenish its energy. It is a vegetarian animal, but its favorite is cooked bread. After being ridden by List for a whole morning, it no longer tried to avoid List's touch and was leisurely eating its bread. Strictly speaking, its head didn't look like a bird's. It looked more like the small dinosaur heads that List had seen on Discovery and the feathered ancient dinosaurs that looked like birds. But the Chocobo's neck and legs were very long, and its tail was as short as a chicken's. A type of flightless bird in World of Warcraft. I call it Loki. List said. He didn't reveal that the Chocobo was a dragon. Even a dragon was a rare species, let alone a dragon in World of Warcraft. If the Chocobo's dragon bloodline was revealed, there would definitely be a fight for it. Dosen and Loki, Lord Baron, you already have 2 World of Warcraft mounts, one of which is an intermediate level World of Warcraft. There will be more World of Warcraft mounts in the future. In fact, my biggest dream is to ride a dragon. Everyone in the world wants to ride a dragon, but I don't think anyone in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire has ever successfully ridden a dragon. To be precise, in the 152 years since the founding of the kingdom, only the first Grand Duke has ever ridden a dragon. List smiled, looking very confident. I hope I'll be the second person to ride a dragon. Paris said, Glory to the night. Baron, may the Baron realize his dream as soon as possible. After resting for the afternoon in West Wind Town, they continued on their way. List also continued to train the Chocobo. Having eaten its fill, the Chocobo became a bit lazy, ignoring his orders. But when he took out another thorn potion, the Chocobo quickly went back to work, going wherever he pointed. Just like that, they galloped all the way to Oxhair City by nightfall and found the Red Orders of Chivalry's camp. Chapter 380. So, after a charge, you defeated the Orders of Chivalry and wiped out all the Earth Knight, and then the knight inside the castle surrendered and easily took over the castle. The Earl was a little surprised by List's speed. In just 2 days, List had completed the cleanup of the main city and captured a city. But there was still no news from Jonas, who went to Little River City, and Trick, who went to Tree Shade City. I have Dosen. Father, you should know the power of the intermediate World of Warcraft. The Rock Thorns completely disrupted the enemy's charging formation, and then they were destroyed by my Black Orders of Chivalry. Because it was a private conversation, he didn't use the title Lord Earl. Dosen grows very fast. It's only a little over a year old, but it can already show its ferocity on the battlefield. With Dosen, this battle will be easy. Currently, Snader is hiding in the Vanilla Celery Castle. No matter how I provoke him, he won't come out. It's a good chance for Dosen to destroy the castle. It's easy to destroy a nameless castle. It might be a little difficult to destroy the vanilla celery castle, but it's still possible to destroy the castle structure. Destroying the structure is enough. Snyder will never sit back and watch his castle be destroyed. When he attacks, I'll cut off his head. As a Sword Saint-level Sky Knight, Lee William was very confident in dealing with an ordinary-level Sky Knight. Liz smiled. I'm looking forward to it. The Earl of Coral Island was a little emotional. Unknowingly, the three of us have been fighting side by side on the battlefield. In a few years, Lynn should also go to the battlefield. You performed very well this time. I will remember your contribution. Accumulate a few more battle achievements, and it will be enough for you to be conferred the title of Viscount. Capturing a small city was obviously not enough to be conferred the title of Viscount. However, there was still Oxhair City that he could capture and gain some military merits. If he could capture other cities and gain some military merits, he might even be able to become a Viscount in one go, and he wouldn't have to wait for the next expansion battle. He suddenly thought of a question. Father, I asked the knight to send you a message. Did you find out what was the important matter that Snade and the magician were discussing? The elder brother of the Free Rat heard the secret conversation between Snade and the magician and waited for something big to happen. This made List very concerned. The Earl frowned. I've sent someone to contact Marquis Grindon, and he wrote back to me that he will keep in touch with the first and second princes to ensure that nothing unexpected happens. As for what it is, it's not clear yet. If it's true, it should be related to the goat gathering. In fact, there was another possibility related to dragons, but the father and son did not mention it. Has Marquis Bull's angry orders of chivalry taken Oxdale City? Of course not. Marquis Wallace has rushed there, and the first prince has also sent your uncle there. With the orders of chivalry from the Pineapple family and the orders of chivalry from the Taro family, it's not difficult to resist Duke Wallace's angry orders of chivalry. But I heard that a great magician has joined the battle, and the situation is in a stalemate. Can a great magician influence the battle of the Knight's Charge? List asked. He was not very clear about the concept of a great magician. He only knew that a great magician was very strong in magic, and even dared to plot against dragons. The great magician of the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf plotted against the Light Dragon and created Paris and other black dragons. The great magician of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire plotted against the Sapphire Dragon, which led to the Marquis's betrayal. No wonder he was called an evil magician. But in common parlance, a magician can't compete with a knight. A knight can easily crush a magician. The Count thought for a moment and slowly said, the reason why the knight is the mainstream does not mean that a knight is necessarily stronger than a magician. It only shows that the cultivation of qi is more common. As long as sufficient nutrition is provided from childhood, even the worst talent can cultivate qi. Magic, on the other hand, requires aptitude. An ordinary person, eating and drinking from childhood, coupled with ordinary qi cultivation methods, will certainly be able to cultivate low-level qi. Constantly accumulating World of Warcraft meat will certainly be able to cultivate mid-level qi. Constantly infusing magic potions, as long as one is not too stupid, will be able to cultivate high-level qi. In other words, an ordinary Sky Knight can be cultivated in batches, as long as there are enough resources. List's uncle Messiro is an excellent example. Marquis Merlin only had one son, Messiro, so all the resources of the Taro family were poured into Messiro, allowing him to successfully cultivate from a good-for-nothing to an ordinary Sky Knight. Going further up, resources can't be accumulated, or in other words, even the strength of a country can't afford the next step of cultivation resources. 99 out of 100 people can cultivate qi by eating meat, and 20 of them may become Earth Knight by eating more meat. But only 10 out of 100 people can be selected as a magic apprentice and sense magic, and one of them may not become a magician. Such a significant ratio gap led to the knight ruling the world, not the magician. The Count changed the subject. Those who can become magicians are often geniuses. Making magic equipment is inseparable from them. Making potions is inseparable from them. And as for fighting, in a fair duel, I could defeat any great magician, but in fact, great magicians will not fight a knight alone. He gave an example. The angry orders of chivalry sneak attack, the second prince's orders of chivalry. Obviously, there is the help of the great magician of the Go congregation, just like you brought Dosin and used magic to destroy the knight's charge formation. Since the great magician is so strong, why are there so few magicians following the orders of chivalry? The great magician's magic can only be used for sneak attacks. In the process of casting magic, it needs to condense free magic from the air. But when the knight charges, the chi gathers together and affects all the magic around it. The magician can't condense magic at all, and he can't even release magic. This is the advantage of Dosin. It can draw magic from its own body to release magic. When the magician is on the battlefield, as long as the knight charges, it will be declared invalid. But on the other hand, as long as the magician finds a chance to release magic, the knight will also suffer heavy casualties. The elite blue blood orders of chivalry led by the second prince should have been attacked by the magician. So, the count emphasized, don't underestimate the magicians. They can always cause trouble. I see. List nodded. Father, is there a great magician hiding in Caraway Castle? Snader insisted on defending. I think he must have something to rely on. It's possible, but it doesn't matter. As long as the great magician dares to show up, my long sword will make him regret participating in the Knight's War. The atmosphere between the father and son was good. After talking about the war, the Count also gave some advice to List on his experience in cultivation. Now, the Count treated List less and less as a child, but as an adult who could discuss things with him. List felt that the atmosphere was good, and it didn't make him feel uncomfortable. In any case, he had a knot in his heart, because he was not the real Count's son. However, the harmonious atmosphere didn't last long. The night came with bad news. Chapter 381. The news that Jonas sent back interrupted the Count's idea of besieging castle. Besieging the castle required several times the number of knights than the defenders, combined with sufficient combat power to buff the knights' combat power and destroy the castle. Especially the large castle with a name. Its defense was strong and more difficult to attack. His original intention was to cooperate with Dosin's dismantling ability by concentrating 5 orders of chivalry to attack Castle Fragrant, suppressing the guard knight in the castle, so that Dosin could release magic to his heart's content. Now, the situation was a little grim. Jonas's gray orders of chivalry suffered heavy casualties and was no longer able to attack the castle of Little River City. On the other side, the Cyan orders of chivalry, led by Viscount Trick, was also in trouble. The castle of Tree Shade City was tall and strong and couldn't be attacked. The Yellow orders of chivalry, led by Levis, was helping Viscount Trick to attack together. The Count must contain the orders of chivalry of Castle Fragrant. Therefore, the task of support could only be placed on List. Without any hesitation, the Count directly called out, "Take Dosin and go to Little River City to support the Gray Orders of Chivalry. After attacking the castle, go to Tree Shade City to support the Cyan Orders of Chivalry. List, you are my son blessed by the glory of the night. In this battle, earn enough glory." After experiencing the baptism of victory, List was no longer afraid, only excited. He longed for war merits, and a main city was obviously not enough. Now, with the addition of Little River City and Tree Shade City, and finally a share of Oxhair City's war merits, it would be almost enough. Yes, Father, I will definitely gain more glory. Set off. As the sun rose in the east, they rushed to Little River City. Along the way, List was still busy taming the Chocobo. This low-level dragon was observed by the Count, but the Count didn't know what breed it was or what level it was. He only treated it as a low-level World of Warcraft monster that couldn't cast magic and said, "The glory of the night truly favors you." A sword saint couldn't even find a World of Warcraft mount, yet his son was riding one and leading the other. His heart was indeed sour. They sped along the way. At noon, he arrived at Little River City and met up with the Gray Orders of Chivalry, who was resting. Viscount Jonas' left wrist was wrapped in cloth and welcomed List. Baron List, thank you for your generous support. How's the battle in Main City? I've already annihilated the orders of chivalry from Main City. I'm currently meeting up with the Count in Oxhair City. Upon receiving your request for reinforcements, the Count sent me here to provide support. You've already destroyed Main City? Yunus was very surprised. List smiled faintly. Of course, it's very easy. Easy? Yunus really wanted to tell him not to brag in front of him, but when he thought of Dosin, he couldn't say anything. He could only change the topic. Then, Baron List, what are you going to do now? My Grey Orders of Chivalry have lost more than half of their knight. It's very difficult to organize an effective assault. How's the damage to the castle in Little River City? There were originally around 150 knight, but we've heavily injured around 50 of them. The remaining 100 knight are hiding in the castle and won't come out. Then we'll tear down their castle. Dosin had only displayed his abilities during the assault. He had yet to test his ability to tear down a castle. However, with the previous battle, List was very confident. Viscount Jonas, organize the Grey Orders of Chivalry and my Black Orders of Chivalry to combine and suppress the castle. Let me command Dosin to tear down the castle. Can Dosin do it? No problem. Good. Jonas was also a straightforward person. His Grey Orders of Chivalry had suffered disastrous casualties. This battle could be said to be a loss. Now, he only hoped to quickly reverse the situation and strive for some military achievements to make up for the losses in the following battles. After the reorganization, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun shone on the front of the castle, List had already changed to Black Dragon and led the Black Orders of Chivalry and Viscount Jonas to rush to the castle. Earth Knights practiced archery, but not many people practiced archery similar to multiple arrows. Therefore, when the Orders of Chivalry shot around the castle, the scale was very shocking. The arrows infused with chi were like small bombs that could always consume the rocks of the castle walls. And the sharpshooters who were proficient in archery were constantly roaming around and shooting at the archers in the castle, suppressing and counterattacking. List himself was a sharpshooter. However, he didn't shoot. Instead, he raised a shield and directed Dosin to approach the castle. Dosin, rock grenades. Boom! Dosin opened his mouth and spat out a spell. A huge rock condensed in the air and fiercely smashed towards the castle. Clang! The walls on the second floor of the castle cracked like the screen of a broken mobile phone. However, the walls watered with glutinous rice juice were still firm and couldn't be destroyed by a rock grenade. List also didn't expect to succeed in one shot. He constantly directed Dosin to release rock grenades and smash them into the same section of the castle wall. Occasionally, he would release rock thorns to damage the corners of the castle walls. The rock thorns had to be pierced out of the soil, so the damage to the corners was limited. However, the castle quickly shook due to the constant consumption. Coupled with the rock grenades bombardment, after a dozen or so times, Dosin was so tired that he was gasping for breath. However, this section of the wall of the nameless castle had successfully collapsed. A huge gap was revealed. Upon seeing this, Viscount Jonas suddenly threw the knight's spear in his hand and fiercely stabbed at the gap. The formidable strength of the veteran elite Earth Knight was vividly displayed at this moment. The spear directly pierced through the two Earth Knights who were about to plug the gap and nailed them inside the castle. Charge! Break into the gap. List replaced the fine steel shield and threw the knight's spear with one hand, stabbing an Earth Knight who stretched his head out. He then pulled out the red blood sword and pointed it at the gap in the castle. The Black Orders of Chivalry and the incomplete Cyan Orders of Chivalry were like sharks smelling blood. They madly sprinted, jumped high from the horse's back, and crashed into the huge gap. The knight's spear was no longer usable, but the one-handed sword and two-handed sword could be used in the castle. After the charge, it was the siege sword battle. Every knight had to practice two routines, charge and sword battle. List was very proficient in sword battle, because he knew that he would be promoted to a Sky Knight very quickly. Once he was promoted, there was no need to lead the Orders of Chivalry to charge. He could directly fight alone. The second stage of the Sky Knight was called Sword Saint. It was derived from this, known as Sword Saint. At this moment, List rehearsed in advance. He paced outside the castle with Dosun and did not participate in the siege. At this time, fighting and killing in the narrow space of the castle was inevitable to get injured. He did not like it. When his strength was not enough, it was more in line with his style to use the bow and arrow outside. In the last battle, I led the charge. Everyone remembered my bravery. At this moment, I used the bow and arrow to shoot, which was more like giving the credit of victory to my subordinates. He took out the swift shadow bow. List knocked an arrow and aimed at the gap where the battle was heating up. He suddenly pulled the bowstring, poured his chi into it, and released his fingers. Whoosh! A slight sound of breaking through the air sounded. The arrow, with the special property of the swift shadow bow, turned into an invisible light and accurately pierced into the neck of a fierce earth knight who was waving his sword. Just now, he raised his head, and there was a gap between his helmet and armor. Chapter 382. From a moment Dosun tore a hole in the castle, a massacre was destined. Viscount Jonas, who had been holding his breath, took the lead. The two orders of chivalry and nearly 200 Earth Knights attacked the castle, killing everyone they saw. In this nameless castle built by the river, a contest of flesh and blood began. Countless fighting skills bloomed in the castle. List, who did not choose to attack, continued to dismantle the castle with Dosun, who had rested. He only stopped when half of the castle wall collapsed. Such a wide-open door could no longer stop the impact of the orders of chivalry. The battle was about to reach its climax. At this time, List waved his hand and let the remaining Earth Knights follow and squeeze into the castle. He also pulled out the red blood sword and leaped into the castle. The overall situation was settled. It was not bad to come and grab some kills, or it could not be said to grab kills, but to overwhelm the battle and reduce the losses of the orders of chivalry. Great fire wave, he shouted in his heart. He had already casually used a fighting skill. The flame-wreathed red blood sword easily split the enemy Earth Knight's armor, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. After that, he launched an ordinary attack and killed an ordinary Earth Knight who looked immature in the blink of an eye. In fact, among all the knights on the battlefield, his face was also young. He quickly attacked the depths of the castle and saw that Viscount Jonas was fighting with an opponent on the castle's walkway. The two were equally matched. The others could not intervene at all. Looking at this person's attire, List immediately guessed that the other party was the owner of this nameless castle, the Viscount of Little River City. He was also a veteran elite Earth Knight. Perhaps his background was a bit poor. The castle did not even have a name, but his strength was not bad. Viscount Jonas, who was slightly injured, could not take him down. Let's end this quickly. List did not care about one-on-one fair duels. One-on-one duels were not important on a battlefield. He raised the red blood sword and immediately used the ultimate skill of Fire Dragon Drill, Heart of Fire Dragon Drill. He cut into the battle forcefully. Together with Jonas, he attacked the Viscount from the left and right. With List's help, the scales of the battle instantly tilted. A minute later, the Viscount lost his strength and staggered. List and Eunice's eyes lit up at the same time, and their long swords stabbed into the gap of the Viscount's armor almost instantly. Pucci, Pucci, the eruption of battle chi, especially List's fire-attributed battle chi, exploded in the Viscount's body, severely injuring his internal organs. The Viscount let out a loud roar. Unable to hold on any longer, he knelt on the ground and breathed his last. List couldn't stand it anymore, so he kicked the Jew in front of him to the ground. Then, they moved past the corpses to support more local occupation. Eunice was also roaming around to provide support. The elite Earth Knight, who was addicted to drugs, had brilliant sword techniques, and the effect was as if he was harvesting chives. 20 minutes later, the sounds of fighting and killing in the castle weakened. Half an hour later, there were no more battle scenes. The battle of attacking and defending the castle ended just like that. There weren't many waves. Check the casualties. Shaking off the coagulated blood on the red blood sword, he walked out of the castle and breathed in the fresh air outside the castle. There was a strong smell of blood and stench in the castle. A moment later, Captain Leiden walked over. Captain, 140 Black Orders of Chivalry participated in the battle. 9 were sacrificed and 17 were seriously injured. 69 Grey Orders of Chivalry participated in the battle. 11 were sacrificed and 21 were seriously injured. In total, 105 Earth Knight and many Trainee Knight were killed in this battle. The 9 Knight sacrificed by the Black Orders of Chivalry included a follower of List, Leslie Withered Leaves, who had followed him for a short time. Among the heavily injured knight, there was also a follower of List, his former classmate, Rick Footprint. This 19-year-old son of a small noble had just broken through to Earth Knight and was still very young. As soon as he rushed into the castle, he was seriously injured and lay on the ground moaning for a long time. It wasn't until the battle ended that he was discovered. In fact, it was rare for a knight to be killed in one blow. Most of them were seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. After the battle ended, the wounded were captured as prisoners or rescued by their companions. The proportion of casualties was not very high. However, this time the Grand Duke refused to take prisoners. The knight on the losing side who did not die would be killed, causing all the knight in the nameless castle to die in battle. Phew! In the Battle of Main City, there were 0 casualties. In the Battle of Little River City, 9 people died. List knew that sacrifices were inevitable in battle, but he still felt bad when he heard the data. He asked, Captain Leiden, what should we do with the people who died in the battle? Cremate them. May they return to the glory of the night. Then cremate them. Yes, Captain. Treating the wounded, plundering the castle, resting and relaxing. After leaving it to his subordinates, List and Jonas stayed in the room on the highest floor of the castle, drinking freshly brewed coffee and summarizing the battle losses. Jonas didn't look very excited, even a little pale. The battle was more difficult than I thought. I am already used to the war style of the expansion orders and am somewhat unaccustomed to siege battles. As a result, the Grey Orders of Chivalry suffered heavy losses and are now on the verge of collapse. In a previous night charge, the Grey Orders of Chivalry were unprepared and half of the knights were seriously injured. In this siege battle, there were more than 30 casualties. Now, only 37 knights could still fight. Viscount Jonas, what is the style of the expansion orders? Asked List. The expansion orders mainly focus on plundering. We follow the count around the major cities and plunder the resources we want. We rarely engage in siege battles. In order to prevent precious resources from being plundered, the knight in the castle had to go out of the city to fight us, giving us the opportunity to charge. With the Sacred Swordsman of Waves, Lee William, overseeing the charge on flat ground, the Orders of Chivalry of the Coral Island were very powerful. Moreover, Lee William specifically picked soft persimmons to pinch. The territories of the old marquises and counts were hardly touched by Lee William. Every time he fired, he would change places, coming and going like the wind, always reaping results. What's more, there were local mercenary forces taking advantage of the chaos to plunder people and then secretly trade with the Grand Duchy of Sapphire Knight and sell serfs. Therefore, in the War of the Expansion Orders, the excess resources plundered were not taken away and were directly disposed of on the spot. The human heart had always been subdued by benefits. In the Expansion Orders, the charge on flat ground was smooth sailing. Due to the relatively little experience in siege, sword battles, Jonas used the old way of thinking to lead this battle, resulting in excessive losses. If you hadn't rushed over with Dosen, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to take the castle of Little River City. The glory that I have charged for half a lifetime would have been lost here. Thinking of the terrible ending, Jonas' sturdy body trembled slightly. Perhaps, including the Count, they had more or less miscalculated the difference between this war and the expansion orders. The followers of Marquis Bull did not care about the gains and losses of territory resources. They only cared about whether they could defend the castle and resist the Grand Duke's revenge. List's face was solemn, but his heart was actually quite relaxed. If the glory is lost, then we will snatch it back. Now that the castle of Little River City has been taken and all the knight have been killed, We will set off for Tree Shade City early tomorrow morning and cooperate with Viscount Trick and Viscount Levis to capture Tree Shade City's Greenleaf Castle. Chapter 383. Greenleaf Castle was far taller and stronger than the Nameless Castle. However, under the suppression of the Black, Yellow, Cyan, and the remaining Gray Orders of Chivalry, Dosen still spent half a day to tear down one of the castle's walls. Next, the 4 Orders of Chivalry's knights swarmed in. Levis, Trick, Eunice, plus List, the 4 elite Earth Knight of the Poison Medicine School, could be described as a super luxurious combination. Pushing forward all the way, in less than an hour, the siege of Greenleaf Castle had ended. This time, the 4 Orders of Chivalry's elite knight had gathered together, and the losses were even smaller. The Black Orders of Chivalry only had 5 knights killed and 10 knights seriously injured. After 3 battles, the Black Orders of Chivalry's 142 knights, 14 were killed and 29 were seriously injured. There were only 99 knights left who could still fight. In addition to the military achievements and the previous harvest of List, there were not many other spoils of war that could be privately divided, only some gold coins. Most of the supplies had been moved away, especially the valuables, which were taken away by the knights' relatives to hide in the Iron Hoof City. Marquis Bull had long been prepared to assassinate the Sapphire Dragon and face the Grand Duke's revenge. That night, the 4 Orders of Chivalry, with bulging gold coins in their pockets, met up with the Count. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." The Count set up a banquet in the camp to welcome the 4 Orders of Chivalry's commanders. However, there was no wine, only a big meal. Eunice looked ashamed. "I'm sorry, my lord. I let you down. Your performance was really disappointing." "Eunice," said the Count. "Count Snader is just an ordinary Sky Knight, and the quality of his followers is far behind yours. Without the support of List, the proportion of your losses would have been far higher than the other side, and it was in the flat ground." Eunice knelt on one knee and said nothing. The Earl waved his hand. "You will have to bear the consequences of this mistake. But now, you still have a chance to make up for it. Merge the Gray Orders of Chivalry into the Black Orders of Chivalry. You will be List's assistant." Eunice did not complain. "Yes, sir." List didn't care either. He did not mind Eunice taking a share of the loot, as he was the leader of the Orders of Chivalry. All the credit had to go through him to be distributed to the members of the Orders of Chivalry. In the Knight system, the Great Lord was only responsible to the Lesser Lord and his direct knight. All the achievements of the Orders of Chivalry or the Knight Squad, led by the Lesser Suzerain, would be credited to the Lesser Suzerain. After the Greater Lord distributed the rewards to the Lesser Lord, the Lesser Lord would go back and calculate how the rewards should be divided among his knights. Now, Eunice's reward would also be calculated by List. "Sir Earl, with the help of Viscount Eunice, the Black Orders of Chivalry can take on more tasks." He responded loudly, with a plan in his mind. The more Black Orders of Chivalry rendered, the more likely he was to be made a Viscount. As long as he was made a Viscount, everything would be fine. He could withdraw funds from Flower Town and distribute them to his knight subordinates as rewards. It did not matter, even if he had to bear some debts in the short term. The ownership of the Black Horse Island was the most important result. The Earl understood List's thoughts. He nodded. "Dosen will be of great use. The Black Orders of Chivalry will naturally need to recognize more tasks. So, let's plan how to capture Caraway Castle. We will rest for a day and immediately start the siege. Get ahead of everyone and complete the cleanup of Oxhair City. Bow and arrow suppression." Dosen released magic rock grenades and rock thorns. This routine was repeated all day. Lee William rode his horse and patrolled under the castle. As long as Snader dared to show his head, he would not hesitate to rush over, intercept Snader, and fight. When Dosen's magic was exhausted, the Orders of Chivalry withdrew. After Dosen recovered, the Orders of Chivalry rushed over again and continued to suppress with arrows. Back and forth, the Knight of Caraway Castle could only watch as Dosen dismantled the castle and bombarded it from the windows and other positions. Every rock grenade could break a crack in the wall. In less than 2 days, a wall could definitely be taken down and the door of Caraway Castle would be opened. So the battle went as expected. The next morning, Earl Snade of Caraway Castle could not bear it. While the Orders of Chivalry of Coral Island retreated to rest, he quickly led the Orders of Chivalry to rush out and launch a charge. Unfortunately, his actions were expected. With binoculars at all times, it was difficult to escape the surveillance of Caraway Castle. The decisive moment has arrived. The Sacred Sword Master of Waves Lee William raised his longsword, 2 gems, 1 yellow and 1 green, glittering brightly. Charge! Orders of Chivalry of Caraway Castle launched a charge. Orders of Chivalry of Coral Island also launched a charge. Caraway Castle had about 300 knight, while Coral Island had about 500 knight. There was a great disparity in strength. Snade was an ordinary Sky Knight, while Lee William was a Sacred Swordsman level Sky Knight. The outcome of this battle had already been written when Dosun joined the battle. The southwest wind blew and billowed sand and dust filled the sky. 2 torrents of cavalry quickly approached. The tremors of the horses' hooves made it seem as if an earthquake had broken out within a radius of several kilometers. All the beasts and birds were frightened and fled in all directions. Only the uniform charge chant reverberated over the battlefield. Charge! All troops attack! Riding Black Dragon, List charged side by side with Dosun. In the face of such a torrent, he suddenly felt that each individual was really insignificant. The integrated Orders of Chivalry were the real war machines. All kinds of chi filled the air and mixed together, concentrating everyone's essence, energy, and spirit. The surging chi mixture involved the chi within each knight's body, increasing their explosive power by at least 20%. Holding the knight's spear in his hand, his body rose and fell along with Black Dragon's charge. Suddenly, 3 lines of the Song of Gale appeared in List's mind. The wind rises and the clouds fly. Vega returns to his homeland in the sea. Brave warriors guard the 4 directions. The spears were about to collide. He quickly concentrated his mind and issued an order. Dosun, multiple rock thorns. Dosun's magic power had yet to be completely restored, but it didn't take much effort to cast multiple rock thorns a few times. In the blink of an eye, the formation of Black Orders of Chivalry and Orders of Chivalry was disrupted by the rock thorns. The battle aura that was connected together was scattered. The enemy knight lost its strength boost, and its momentum of charge came to a halt. The Black Orders of Chivalry, with List and Yunus as the arrowheads and the ferocious 2-ton Dosun as the ferocious behemoth, instantly tore through the opponent's defenses. Like 3 sharp knives stabbing into their chests, they began to disembowel their bellies. Pucci! The knight's spear pierced through an earth knight. In the blink of an eye, the 2 cavalrymen collided. Blood and flesh splattered. Chi and horses danced. If a knight's spear was broken, he would immediately replace it with another. If a knight didn't have time to replace his spear, he would raise his shield or draw his sword. In just a few breaths of time, the Black Orders of Chivalry, with the help of Dosun, had already penetrated the opponent's formation. Turning his horse around, the connected chi didn't scatter and immediately began the second round of charge. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, attracting List's attention. List was momentarily absent-minded. He looked up at the sky and saw a dark green light and a light purple light colliding with a loud bang. Thunder rolled and lightning flashed. Heavy rain poured down. Chapter 384. The thunderstorm did not affect the charge of the knight on the ground. List was bent on seizing credit, so after defeating the opposing Orders of Chivalry, he immediately rushed to the side of the Orders of Chivalry, taking advantage of the few rockthorns Dosun could still release, to defeat a group of knight and expand the battle. 500 versus 300, he had the advantage in strength. Coupled with Dosun's charge, the battle was one-sided. It was only a matter of time before the knight of Fragrant Celery Castle was eliminated. Covered in blood, List already didn't know how many Earth Knights he had sent flying with his knight spear. Dosun was protecting him by his side, and Paris could use her light shadow ability to rush into the battlefield at any time to rescue him. Therefore, his battles were all open and unrestrained. This kind of open and unrestrained fighting power matched with his chi attribute. When all the knight's spears were broken, he looked at the entire battlefield. The knight of Fragrant Celery Castle was utterly defeated, surrounded and cut by the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry, charging back and forth. "Jonas!" He gave a loud shout. Jonas, who was fighting frantically, turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, his reason barely remaining. "What's the matter?" "You take command. I'm going to support Sir Count." With that, Liszt urged his horse to gallop away from the main battlefield, followed by Dosen. After transferring command, on the way to support the Count, he quickly switched to the swift shadow bow. However, he wasn't heading in the direction of the battle between the two Sky Knights, but in the main camp. As he approached the main camp, he galloped while shouting, "Open Loki's cage!" The retainer knight guarding the main camp hurriedly opened the cage containing the chocobos. Liszt whistled, and the chocobo Loki hopped over and carried him on its back. "Take care of my horse." After explaining, Liszt gave the order, and the chocobos flew towards where the Sky Knight was fighting. The Sky Knight could teleport for a short period of time, and that was a huge threat to Liszt. But the chocobos, which were also good at jumping, could effectively evade the Sky Knight's attacks. Letting him participate in the battle would guarantee his safety. On the way, he blew another whistle. Soon, another whistle sounded not far away. It was Paris' response. After making sure he was safe, the chocobo took him to the battlefield, where William, the Sword Saint of Waves, was suppressing Count Snade. Count Snader was of the thunder attribute. His whole body was flashing with thunder and lightning. However, Llewellyn's water attribute had the beauty of subduing hardness with softness. Surrounded by water vapor, he could always deflect the opponent's thunder strikes. "Count, I'll lend you a hand." When Liszt shouted, he had already drawn his bow and shot an arrow. He had already mastered the basic archery skill, 3 arrows at once. The 3 arrows flew in a triangular formation, and with the help of the swift shadow bow, they attacked Count Snader from 100 meters away. He had practiced multiple arrows. He had mastered double arrow and triple arrow, but had not mastered multiple arrow and ultimate meaning yet. However, being able to use triple arrow at will was enough to announce that he had mastered it. At first, Count Snader did not take Liszt seriously. Riding a strange bird did not change the fact that the Earth Knight was weak. Without flying, it was hard to do any damage to the Sky Knight. But the speed of the 3 arrows still scared him. In the blink of an eye, the arrows were already in front of him, forcing him to pull back his sword to block them. Once he lost his footing, he had to face Llewellyn's endless attacks. It was as if he was facing heavy waves, one after the other. Then, tragically, he found that Liszt had shot 3 sharp arrows at him from another direction, cooperating with Llewellyn's attacks. The arrows were still as fast as lightning. "How dare you, Earth Knight, interfere in the battle? I'll kill you first." Snader was furious. He crazily operated his thunder fighting energy to increase his speed. Then, he gave up on Llewellyn and turned to attack Liszt, who was sneak attacking. Llewellyn followed closely and warned, "Be careful." Liszt did not need to be warned. He was already careful enough. "Dosen, stop him." Dosen, who was guarding beside him, pounced on Snader. The intermediate world of Warcraft was fierce. He threw a rock grenade at random, forcing Snader to land on the ground to dodge. Thus, Snader's killing plan was stopped. Facing Dosen, who looked like a flying dust dog but had a huge body, Snader did not choose to fight him head-on. Instead, he took a detour and chased after Liszt. However, when he raised his head, he saw that Liszt, who was not far away, had already hopped a few hundred meters away on the strange bird with a long neck and legs. Snader had no chance to chase after Snader at this distance. Llewellyn and Dosen pounced at him at the same time. "Snader, do you think you can kill anyone else in front of me?" Llewellyn descended from the sky. The gemstone on his long sword shone brightly, rolling up a huge wave that engulfed Snader. "Huh!" Snader fought back with all his might. His long sword was wrapped in countless lightning bolts striking the wave crazily. Water splashed, and sparks flew in all directions. The ground around him turned into a pool of water. Most of the grass was burnt and emitted yellow smoke. Before Snyder could catch his breath, the ground under his feet suddenly split open and a rock spike went straight for his anus. Snyder was so scared that his hair stood up, raising his armor by 1 centimeter. He hurriedly jumped away and narrowly dodged the rock spike's sneak attack. However, at that moment, the wind whistled in his ears. 3 more sharp arrows flew toward his neck, cheeks, and chest. Snyder had no choice but to quickly bend his waist and pull out his sword to block the 3 arrows. He could not stop the attacks at all. Llewellyn's long sword made it impossible for Snyder to dodge. Sparks burst out of the armor on his chest, and he was sent flying by a powerful force. Puff! Snyder spat out a mouthful of blood from the hole in his mask. He was already injured. "I'll kill you while you're down." Llewellyn, List, and Dosen joined hands to attack Snyder again. Snyder was no match for Llewellyn. Coupled with the intermediate world of Warcraft's Blizzard Beast and the superb archery of List, there was no way he could compete with Llewellyn. In less than 3 rounds, Snyder was hit twice by Llewellyn's sword. When he fell to the ground, Dosen's rock spike grazed his leg. He even took an arrow from List in the air. Although the arrow did not penetrate the armor made of an unknown material, the warrior energy on the arrow still exploded and made Snyder stagger. "Llewellyn, I'll remember you." Snyder roared and madly used his warrior energy again. He turned around and flew into the air, trying to escape. However, no one would allow him to escape. Llewellyn's eyes were sharp. His long sword stirred up endless waves and pulled Snyder back to the ground. List also roared, "Dosen, bite and entangle." At the same time, he pulled out 6 arrows, put 3 in his mouth, and put the other 3 on the bowstring. He used the ultimate skill of multiple arrows, multiple phantom arrows. The first 3 arrows flew in a spiral, and the last 3 arrows quickly caught up and collided with each other in the air. They changed their trajectories by relying on the warrior energy attached to them. No one could catch the arrows after they changed their trajectories. It was as if the 6 arrows had turned into 100 arrows, and the sky was filled with the shadows of arrows. The wave-like attack of the Sword Saint and the crazy bite of a ferocious beast made Snyder unable to concentrate. As a result, Snyder couldn't focus his attention at all. He couldn't see the trajectory of the arrow, nor could he fly again. Naturally, he couldn't dodge this ultimate attack. The next moment, he felt dizzy. He raised his long sword hesitantly to block the arrows. The shadows of the arrows disappeared, but he did not block anything. In an instant, his left knee was in great pain. All 6 arrows hit the same point. Although they did not penetrate the armor, the concentrated explosion from the same point made a deep dent in the armor. The warrior energy exploded. His knee was hit so hard that it was almost twisted. His whole leg was numb, and it was difficult to even lift it. When he looked up again, he saw Dosen opening his bloody mouth and biting at him. "Go away." He summoned his Thunder Warrior energy and fiercely slashed with his sword. He used all his strength in this slash, and it was so exquisite that Dosen could not dodge it. His shoulder was directly cut, and Dosen screamed and flew out. However, this was also Snyder's last show of strength. Puff! Chapter 385. Snyder did not die. The Sky Knight was pierced through the chest by Llewellyn's sword. His strong physique still supported his vitality, but he lost his combat effectiveness and was seriously injured and dying. The battlefield quickly ended with Snyder's curtain call, and the Knight of Caraway Castle disappeared. These knights, who had spent countless resources to cultivate, all ended here because of the Grand Duke's anger. List, who had calmed down, could not help but sigh. The number of knights sacrificed in several years of development was probably not as many as the number killed in the Battle of Ironhoof Island. The Earth Knight, who was high and mighty in the eyes of the civilians, was harvested like a dog. The shock existed in the hearts of every knight who had won the battle. However, this was the aristocracy under the knight system. Traitors had to pay with their lives in order to deter more knights to be loyal to their lord. Collect the names of all the victims and give them to me. The Earl rode his horse and slowly walked through the blood-soaked battlefield. He said in a low voice, "Their lives will not be sacrificed in vain. Their glory will be passed on to their children, and you will also enjoy the supreme glory after the war." Roar! Roar! The victorious knights raised their spears and swords and shouted in response to the Count's promise. When the shouting stopped, the battlefield that should be cleaned continued to be cleaned. Captain Leiden and Viscount Jonas were busy counting the casualties. Marcus rode to List's side and reported solemnly, "My lord, Russell Steele died in battle." Russell Steele, the Earth Knight who joined him with Randy Kettle, was second only to Marcus. He was one of the first to become List's followers and often attended banquets in the castle. Compared to the last follower, Leslie Dead Leaves, Russell Steele was more familiar to List. After a moment of silence, he forced himself to cheer up. "I will remember his name, Teacher Marcus. Tell everyone in the Knight Squad that glory is waiting on the road ahead. At the end of the battle, everyone can enjoy it, whether sacrificed or survived." From the moment we entered the battlefield, we all understood this principle. To be able to charge and die in battle for our Lord is also our honor. Marcus clenched his fist and replied, "Moreover, we are very honored to be able to follow behind you, my lord. With your strength, you can already participate in the Battle of the Sky Knight, and you will definitely obtain noble authority." A noble authority? List gazed into the distance. In the Battle of Oxhair City, his battle achievements were absolutely glorious. First, he defeated the Orders of Chivalry in the main city, then rushed to the aid of the little river city and attacked the Nameless Castle. Together with Levis and Trick, they seized the Greenleaf Castle. Finally, he returned to Oxhair City and assisted the Earl in killing the Sky Knight. Such a contribution might not be enough to make him a Viscount, but it was definitely not far away. After the rest, he might be able to participate in the Battle of Iron Hoof City and get another credit. In this way, the Viscount of Black Horse Island was already a sure thing. One step at a time. Sooner or later, what belongs to me will be mine, and no one can take it away. Turning his head and calling Dosen, whose shoulder was injured, staggered to catch up. Snade's sword was far from what the one-year-old Dosen could contend with. If it was a one-on-one fight, Dosen might have been beheaded. Touching Dosen's big head, List rode the chocobo and rushed to the occupied Caraway Castle. The Earl had taken the seriously injured Snade to the castle for interrogation. Perhaps he could find out the secret behind the dragon-slaying incident from his mouth. In the room, the Earl was interrogating Snade. "What order did the Marquis Bull give you?" Snade clutched his chest. His breath was weak, but he was surprisingly cooperative. "Defend Oxhair City and resist the invasion of the Orders of Chivalry on Iron Hoof Island." "Why did he do that, do you know?" "Of course I know, because the Marquis is going to complete the great cause of dragon slaying." "Do you think you can participate in something like dragon slaying?" "The Grand Duchy of Sapphire has lost its dragon. Do you think you, or all of us, can get a better ending?" "I can't decide all this, but I'm looking forward to change." Snade's eyes were a little unfocused. "The Marquis has already made all arrangements, including now. Everything is within his plan." "Lee William, you did beat me today, but it doesn't mean you can still win in the future." "Hee." The Earl sneered. "You're going to die. How can you beat me? When the Grand Duchy of Sapphire disintegrates, you people will be buried with it. My children have been safely transferred, and they will regain the glory of Caraway Castle and go further." "Disintegrate?" "No, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire won't disintegrate, but the Iron Hoof Island will definitely be destroyed. In fact, the Orders of Chivalry that Marquis Bull used to break out have been blocked by the Grand Duke's Orders of Chivalry. None of you can escape from the Iron Hoof Island, and your children can't survive. They will be burned to ashes by the Grand Duke's anger." "Ha! You'll soon know that the Sapphire Dragon is dead, or not dead, but will be seriously injured and dying, and then—" Snade raised his head, looked at the Earl, and grinned. "Ahem! There will be a new wave of assassinations. That dragon won't live long." A new wave of assassinations. According to the Time, the assassinations should have ended, and the news of the Sapphire Dragon's death will soon spread to the Eagle Kingdom and the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. Especially the Eagle Kingdom's orders of chivalry. They will soon launch an attack across the sea to clear this area. The new wave of assassinations shocked Lee William, but he didn't show it and remained calm. I'm very curious. What good will the Eagle Kingdom get for clearing this area? Sir Marquis will lead us back to the mainland. Back to the mainland? The Earl shook his head and said in a sarcastic tone, "How much glory can we get even if we return to the mainland after losing our foothold?" Everyone yearned for the mainland. The Sapphire family couldn't get a foothold on the mainland, so they came to this sea to establish a country. Although it was remote and lacked resources, it was a piece of land that could shelter them from the wind and rain. The nobles here were used to the current way of life. The war was far away from the islands and took place on the mainland. Few people wanted to return to the mainland, so they had taken root on the islands in this sea. Then he asked again, but Sneyd couldn't reveal any more information. What do you think of what Sneyd said? After a round of interrogation, the Earl asked several orders of chivalry. Will the Sapphire Dragon really be assassinated a second time? I doubt it. I think he's just bluffing, and the Grand Duke won't let his defense down. Levis said. List pondered for a moment. He put forward his opinion. Father should immediately contact Marquis Grindstone and test his reaction. I believe that Marquis Grindstone definitely knows about the situation of the Sapphire Dragon. Or we can continue at our own pace. If there's any news, it will soon spread. Why don't we see how the other families react? Lee William was just the Earl of Coral Island. There were still 6 marquises in front of him to attract attention, so there was no need to act in a high-profile manner. Immediately, List added, and I suspect that things may not be as Sneyd said. His son is likely to be controlled by Marquis Bull, so he has no choice but to defend Vanilla Celery Castle. And the second wave of assassination of the Sapphire Dragon is just a rumor deliberately spread by Marquis Bull. Chapter 386. The interrogation lasted for half an hour. The result was the same. I have nothing to say. William, give me a quick death. Sneyd was coughing up blood. He couldn't hold on any longer. This is pointless persistence. Lee William shook his head and sighed. It doesn't matter if you say it or not. The glory of the night is always on my side. After that, he pulled out his sword and pierced it into Sneyd's chest. Blood gushed out along the blade. Sneyd's pupils suddenly dilated and then contracted violently. All his breath stopped at this moment. He died, the Sky Knight, died in one of his rooms in Caraway Castle. Poochie. Lee William pulled out his long sword and strode out of the room. At the same time, he ordered, arrange for tonight's vigil. We will be stationed at Caraway Castle for a day and wait for the next step of the battle plan. Yes, my lord. In the study, List was searching carefully. The Count had already killed Sneyd, and his smoke mission had been completed. Mission completed. Reward. Advanced Doe Chi Manual 15 kilogram Thunder Sky Shocking Flash. Without a doubt, it was not the secret book of Fire attribute that List expected, but the secret book of Thunder attribute that Sneyd cultivated. No matter what, with his high-grade Chi secret manual, he could use it to trade for a high-grade Fire attribute Do Chi manual. The nobles had a monopoly on high-level combat aura manuals, but no one would mind collecting more types of combat manuals. Even if they did not use it for themselves, they would still use it for their descendants. The attribute of combat aura was only slightly related to bloodline inheritance. There were many people who had different attributes between their fathers and sons, and List was one of them. When he first transmigrated, he seriously wondered if he was the descendant of Old Wong next door. After all, the Count's fighting chi was of the water attribute. His brother and sister were also of the water attribute. His grandfather, uncle, and cousin were not of the fire attribute. He was the only one with a fire attribute Do Chi in this big family, which was a little embarrassing. However, most of his appearance was inherited from his mother, Melissa, and a small part still had the Count's shadow. All in all, He was undoubtedly of the Count's bloodline. He had only inherited the best genes from his parents. Where is this 15-kilogram Thunder Skyshock flash hidden? Snyder should observe and speculate from time to time. It's impossible for him to hide in a secluded place. Lord Baron, please take a look and see if this is what you need. The knight sent by the Count to check the spoils walked over with a thick book in his hand. This was found in Snade's bedside cabinet in his bedroom. It's a handwritten copy. Judging from the name, it seems to be his senior book of fighting Qi. He took the book. Seeing the familiar handwritten words, 15-kilogram thunderclap, skyshock flash, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This was the book without a doubt. Tell the Count that I'll keep this secret manual for now. I'll make a copy for him later. Yes, Lord Baron. List finally had the mood to look at the updated smoke mission after obtaining the high-level Qi secret manual. Mission: Count Snade's last sword strike caused serious damage to Trembling Woods. Apart from physical damage, it also caused mental damage, making it feel the threat of life and death. Please build a suit of armor for it to increase its sense of security. Reward: Dosun's new magic. Oh, seeing the mission reward, List felt much better. Dosun is going to learn a new magic. It seems that this war has made it grow up quickly. Snyder's last sword had hurt Dosun's bones, but with World of Warcraft's physique, it was not a problem. The wound would heal itself after a while. But he did not expect that Dosun's soul was also hurt, and it needed armor to increase its sense of security. Then make one for it. There are too many Earth Knights who died in the battle. Since we have collected a set of fine steel armor, we can dismantle several sets of armor and tie some pieces of armor together with silk thread to make a dog armor for Dosun. Horses had horse armor, so dogs could have dog armor. Immediately, he sent a squire knight to dismantle the armor. In order to fit the knight's fine steel armor, it was made of pieces of perforated iron and tied together with special silk thread. As long as the iron pieces were collected and tied again, a bigger armor could be made. Just use this method to make an armor similar to McKay's for Dosun. Do you understand? He instructed for a while and then became impatient. As the commander of the Orders of Chivalry, he had a lot of work to do, so he could only ask the squire knight to do it. As for himself, he was involved in the distribution of the spoils of war and future battle plans. The spoils that could not be divided would naturally be sealed up, and the spoils that could be taken away would not be left to the Grand Duke. Such a heavy casualty rate was the highest among all the previous pioneering orders, and a large number of spoils of war were needed to make up for it. There are no elves, no precious treasures, but we found a lot of magic equipment from the dead knights. I will distribute these according to the contribution of each of your Orders of Chivalry. Just complete the distribution. Don't leave anything behind. Don't give other people an excuse. The Count said. List and the others naturally agreed. Yes, Sir Count. Among all the Orders of Chivalry, the Black Orders of Chivalry received the most magic equipment. The Count even assigned Snyder's sword to List. List, I am proud of you. I have always looked forward to us fighting side by side, but I never thought that you could help me kill the Sky Knight so soon. The Count patted List on the shoulder with relief. His son, who had disappointed him the most, had become the best young knight. At the age of 17, he could already intervene in the battle between the Sky Knight. Although most of the credit should be given to Dosun, List's own superb archery was also commendable. Snyder's sword is a gemstone weapon that is not much worse than my sword. If I am not mistaken, the material of the blade is derived from the thigh bone of some intermediate World of Warcraft. It is very finely polished and plated with a lot of fine gold by the magician. It is indestructible. The nature of the magic metal fine gold was indestructible. It was a big sword with a slightly curved blade, a bit like an English broadsword. It was slightly shorter than the red blood sword that List used, which was similar to the German double-edged sword, but the blade was wider. It was also inlaid with a blue gem, which should be the sapphire produced by the sapphire dragon. He received it. He couldn't help but weigh the weight of the sword. It was more than twice as heavy as the red blood sword, which might have been added with mithril, but it felt more comfortable. The bone blade and the fine gold plated with magic made its sharpness very outstanding. The sapphire inlaid at the end of the hilt made it full of power. The magical nature of the sapphire was power. It could make the user exert more power. It was obviously different from the ruby's increase in fighting energy. There is a magic array engraved on its hilt, which can quickly draw the power of the sapphire to burst out a more powerful blow. The sword that injured Dosun should be using the power of this magic array. The Count explained, "You can now give it a new name. Sky Cutter Greatsword." Liszt named it without hesitation. Sky Cutter Greatsword. The great sword that killed the Sky Knight. Levis looked at the Sky Cutter Greatsword enviously. This name is a bit imposing. Sky Cutter Greatsword. Liszt wanted to remind everyone that this sword was obtained by helping the Count kill the Sky Knight, for fear that everyone would forget this. Chapter 387. The value of the Sky Cutter Greatsword was difficult to judge. According to its gem embedding, the price difference between sapphires and rubies was not big. Purely regarded as a gem weapon, it was on the same level as the red blood sword. Compared to the Count's sword with 2 gems embedded, there was a big gap. A single gem was easy to embed, but 2 gems required a high level of skill because it was difficult to coordinate the interference between the gems. However, the Sky Cutter Greatsword was not a standard gem weapon. Its hilt was engraved with a magic array, which was a feature of magic equipment. With the blessing of this magic array, it could better exert the power of the sapphires. In addition, its blade was made of intermediate World of Warcraft bones mixed with the magic metal adamantine. This material was much better than the red blood sword's adamantine steel mixed with mithril. In my opinion, its value may be lower than that of the swift shadow bow, but higher than that of the red blood sword. Liszt had decided to use it to replace his red blood sword. As for the red blood sword, it could be kept in the gem space as a backup weapon. After the meeting, Liszt quickly presided over the distribution of Black Orders of Chivalry's merits, mainly the distribution of magic equipment. There were a total of 11 magic equipment, and he picked 2 of them. One was an amplification bracelet, which could slightly increase one's chi level. After replacing the red blood sword with the Sky Cutter Greatsword, he needed a magic equipment to replace the red blood sword. The amplification bracelet was very weak, but it was better than nothing. The other was a stabilizer ring, worn on the thumb, which could stabilize the chi in the hand when shooting, thereby improving the accuracy of archery. He did not rely on these magic equipment very much. But now that he had it, why not use it? Even if he didn't use it, it would be good to keep it in the gem space. All the Night participated in the distribution of this batch of privately distributed materials, gold coins and magic equipment, as well as several ordinary chi manuals. The distribution of materials was recorded by a special person, and when the merits were distributed after returning to Coral Island, these materials distributed in advance had to be counted. Subsequently, Liszt began his new job, taming the chocobo Loki. Now was the critical period of taming. The chocobo was on the verge of transformation, and the magic power in its body could leak out at any time. Therefore, Liszt intended to establish a conditioned reflex with Loki as soon as possible and establish a riding relationship. The chocobos had already helped him in the battle against the Sky Knight. His next step was to have the chocobos charge alongside him. A normal warhorse's charge speed is around 60 kilometers per hour, which happens to be the most common running speed for a chocobo, and it can run for most of the day without stopping. He tamed the chocobo until late at night, then fed it himself before returning to the castle. He couldn't sleep. He had to take potions and practice aura decay. No matter how difficult the conditions were, he couldn't fall behind on his homework. In fact, the conditions weren't too difficult. Food, drink, and daily necessities were all stored in the gem space. World of Warcraft meat, potions, dragon milk, everything was there. Just as he was about to take a shower, someone knocked on his door. "My lord, Dosun's armor has been made, but Dosun doesn't want to wear it." It was the retainer knight, Xavier, who came in. He was quick-witted and highly regarded by Liszt. "I'll go take a look." Arriving at Dosun's tent, he was gnawing on a big bone, and a few retainer knights were holding the armor and standing to the side. Docent didn't want to wear the armor, and they didn't dare to force him. Now that List was here, Docent was soon forced to wear the dog armor. The armor protected his neck and upper body, which were the most vulnerable parts of his body. As for the helmet, it wasn't made for Docent. For one thing, there was no blacksmith to make a suitable helmet, and for another, the helmet might affect Docent's magic. Docent, who was wearing the dog armor, was a bit uncomfortable and always wanted to take it off. List's mind turned. He thought of the situation when he taught Docent the new magic rock wall simulation demonstration. He found a stone and smashed it in front of Docent. Docent was puzzled and decided to continue gnawing on its big bone. Soon, List put a half-dismantled fine steel armor on the stone and smashed it again. Clang! Clang! The stone under the protection of the armor didn't break. He shook the stone in front of Docent and repeated this routine, trying to make Docent understand that the armor could protect it. However, Docent still didn't want to wear the armor. It went on for an hour. It was late at night, but it still refused to wear the dog armor. Just as List was getting impatient, Trembling Woods suddenly opened its mouth. The next moment, a layer of cracked rock quickly appeared on the surface of its body, wrapping itself in it. But it was only partially wrapped, and most of its torso was still exposed. Oh, List raised his eyebrows. Very good. It seems that the magic you learned can completely replace this dog armor. So, Docent, try taking 2 steps. The cracked rock armor was distributed on the neck, forehead, shoulders, back, and thighs. It looked like it was glued to the body, cracking or shrinking as it walked, but it didn't affect its movement. Woof woof. Docent barked proudly, showing off its new armor. List hammered the rock armor. It was very strong and didn't look like ordinary rock. It seemed to have reached the level of crystal. A faint grayish-yellow color, small under the candlelight, and a little transparent. With force, one could break off one of the pieces. Then he stabbed it with his spear. Bang, bang. The stone was blown away, but it didn't crack immediately. With my strength just now, even a fine steel armor could have a hole, but the stone didn't crack. This hardness is almost as hard as mithril armor. List was very surprised. He then summoned the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward Docent's new magic, rock armor. Rock armor? I remember. Elksun said that among the earth magic, there's a magic that can only be mastered by a great mage, called rock armor. It can be used to arm oneself like armor and defend against attacks. Many great mages who are proficient in earth magic like to study rock armor. However, there are very few great mages who have successfully learned this magic. Of course, there are very few mages. My Docent is getting stronger and stronger. He cast magic eyes and took a look at the level of magic consumption. He found that Docent's magic was much thinner. It seemed that the rock armor consumed a lot of magic. He couldn't help but pat the stones on Docent's body. Docent, take it off. Can you take it off? He made a few gestures. Trembling Woods quickly understood. It shook its body as if it was shaking water, and the yellowish-gray stones were thrown everywhere. Not a single one was left. Very well. Now let's learn a new password. Docent, rock armor. List decided to strike while the iron was hot and let Docent adapt to its new magic as soon as possible. Chapter 388. Stone armor consumes a lot of magic power. According to List's observation, if Docent needs 1 point of magic power to release rock thorns, 5 points of magic power to release rock grenades, and 7 points of magic power to release rock walls, then it takes at least 20 points of magic power to release stone armor. I'm afraid it has something to do with the degree of solidification of the rock. The rock of the stone armor is about to crystallize into a gem. The rock walls, rock grenades, and rock thorns are just rocks. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The more magic power is consumed, the higher the quality of the rock. With this set of stone armor, Docent's combat effectiveness will be even more explosive in the future. He can charge and break through enemy lines, dismantle towers, and defend his home. After training until midnight, Docent could already understand the instructions of Docent, stone armor, and List yawned and went back to sleep. He was also very tired today. The charge consumed a lot of physical strength. Before going to bed, he suddenly missed Flower Town, the elves, the siren Shi, the servants in the castle, the wheat worm that he had not yet contracted, and the 8 little ones that he did not know if they had learned how to release magic. He has never given up his dream of training a blizzard beast army. In a trance, illusory smoke serpentines slowly appeared in front of him. Mission: the knight who is flying in a hurry is bringing new news. It is unknown how tomorrow's battle will start, but you also have the opportunity to become a member of the Flying Knight. Please assist the Chocobo Loki and master the way to release magic. Reward: Loki's magic. This was a new smoke mission. The content was very exciting. It turned out that List could become a member of the Flying Knight. He couldn't help but feel excited. It's time for Loki to release magic. What magic will it be? Looking at the smoke serpentines, Loki will soon be able to fly. It's not a bird of prey. Birds, such as ostriches, emus, and kiwis, are good at running and cannot fly. The chocobo is very much in line with the characteristics of a bird, with long legs that can run a high speed, a fat body, and wings that are so short that they can be ignored. He really doesn't know how it can fly. Maybe it's just a fledgling. When it matures, its wings will grow and it will become a wading bird similar to the red-crowned crane. List thought to himself, wading birds had a pair of long legs and like to live near the water, searching for food from the bottom of the water or in the mud. Cranes, storks, snipes, and bustards were all wading birds. Chocobos like this can barely dive into the water with their long legs. Something's wrong. Liz suddenly remembered that a chocobo's long legs were covered in feathers, and with feathers it would be difficult to walk comfortably in the water, so it wouldn't be a wading bird. So, no matter how he thought about it, List couldn't figure out how a chocobo could fly, and besides, its name was clearly a chocobo. How could it fly? The next day, they continued to rest in Caraway Castle. The Earl was still waiting for Marquis Grindington's next move in the war, while List continued taming the chocobos and tried to help them learn how to use magic. His relationship with the chocobos wasn't as close as Dosun's, so it was difficult for him to infuse it with combat chi and direct its magic. So, he could only do some superficial work, such as stimulating the chocobo's magic to release it and complete the basic casting of magic. It was a bit difficult, so he hadn't succeeded yet. But there was one change that List could feel. As Loki's magic became more abundant, its running speed, stamina, and jumping ability all improved. It was obviously still maturing, and when it fully matured, it would probably be even more powerful. After all, it was a low-level dragon, and had the World of Warcraft bloodline. Walking the bird. And so the leisure time passed. He didn't rest for long. At dusk, a messenger knight sent by Marquis Grindinin arrived at Caraway Castle with a new order. Earl Lee William. The Marquis has ordered you to immediately lead the Orders of Chivalry to Oxbine City in the west. He needs to see you the day after tomorrow. Why the rush? The Earl frowned. It would take an entire day to march from Oxbine City to Oxbine City. He's forcing us to travel at night. I don't know, the Marquis didn't say why, but when I left, the Marquis was also leading the Orders of Chivalry to Oxbine City. According to the marching time, to reach Oxbine City in the morning after tomorrow, the Marquis will also need to march at night. Marching at night was not a good decision. It was easy to be ambushed. But the order had been delivered, and all that was needed was to carry it out. After resting for a day, the Orders of Chivalry had recovered to their peak condition. Leaving behind some wounded to continue to defend Caraway Castle, the Earl immediately led the knights to break camp and head west. List was no exception. Riding a chocobo, he led the Black Orders of Chivalry and set off with the troops. They galloped all the way. Everyone was exhausted and finally reached Oxbine City safely. At the same time, Grindington's Orders of Chivalry had just arrived at Oxbine City. There were also the troops of several other earls, all of whom had just arrived. The first prince has occupied Ironhoof City, which the Bull family has cultivated for generations, and even Bull Castle has been occupied. However, no battle has taken place, and Bull Castle is already an empty city. As early as a month ago, before the assassination, the traitor Andy had already transferred the people of Bull Castle to the sea. Grindin Red Maple Leaf's expression was solemn, and his magic lines became more and more profound. Most of the wealth on Iron Hoof Island, as well as the seeds of various aristocratic families, have already fled overseas. It may be the Eagle Kingdom or the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. There's no way to know. So, Sir Marquis, is the Bull Marquis still on Iron Hoof Island? This is why I called you here. Grindinton spread out a map of Iron Hoof Island and used his hand to draw a circle on the large area between Oxbine City and Oxdale City. The Orders of Chivalry of Wrath were repelled by the Orders of Chivalry that rushed over and escaped into this area. All the estuaries have been sealed, and they can only continue to hide. He looked around at the earls and said coldly, "Our mission is to find the Orders of Chivalry of Wrath, the traitor Andy, and those evil goat assembly magicians. The Grand Duke's instructions are to find them and kill them. No survivors." Then Grindinton showed them the information he had on the Orders of Chivalry of Wrath and the Goat Assembly, including the composition of their members. He then assigned tasks: Oxbine City, these 2 big cities and the 9 small cities below them. We will mainly search these 4 small cities. Earl Lee William, you need to lead the Orders of Chivalry of Coral Island and carefully search for Sydney City. Do not miss any clues. The tasks were assigned. Grindinton finally said, "The Grand Duke's wrath will burn for a long time until the entire Bull family is destroyed, no matter where they hide. And now, we need to destroy their main force and break the traitor's backbone. This is what we need to do. Iron Hoof Island, it's time to end." He paused. Chapter 389. This chapter is the night flight of the solitary swan. The meeting ended. Lee William found Marquis Grindinton in private and asked, "Is there any feedback on the second wave of dragon assassinations revealed by Snade?" "It's fake news. Do you think Marquis Bull has the strength to assassinate the Sapphire Dragon now that he's trapped on Ironhoof Island?" Grindinton denied it directly. Thinking about it, this was indeed the case. Severely injuring the Sapphire Dragon once was already worthy of Marquis Bull's 30 years of planning. Wouldn't another assassination mean that the Sapphire family's efforts on Blue Dragon Island were all in vain? Unless the Sapphire family raised pigs, it would be impossible for an assassin to assassinate a dragon twice in a row. The battle at Ox Ridge City did not take much effort. The castle was very sturdy, but under the siege of many Sky Knights, it could not hold on and was captured in half a day. After they entered the castle and rested for a while, Lee William led the 4 knight regiments of Coral Island out of the castle and headed towards Schwepp Hair City for a search. In order to find the hidden orders of chivalry and goat-gathering mages, Lee William personally searched every town. He did not separate the orders of chivalry to prevent sneak attacks. Everyone knew that great military achievements were hidden in this area. However, Marquis Bull was not someone to be trifled with. If he was not careful, he could be wiped out by the orders of chivalry, just like the Second Prince. With the binoculars, danger could be avoided in advance. Therefore, List did not care about finding the orders of chivalry. He just repeatedly controlled the chocobos and guided them to release magic. It had clearly reached the critical point of mana release, but it still did not learn magic. This made List wonder how the players in World of Warcraft master magic. No one taught them, which meant that World of Warcraft would not be able to release magic for a long time. Cluck! Loki chirped, sounding like a mix of a chicken and a duck. It was now full of food, running diligently, full of magic power, and full of physical strength. It no longer needed the thorn potion to continue stimulating it. In fact, List did not have much thorn potion in stock, and he did not even have enough potions for himself. "Faster, Loki! Run at full speed! Clatter! Clatter!" Under List's urging, the chocobos were flying at full speed, already exceeding 200 kilometers per hour and still accelerating. The wind whistled in List's ears. He had to bend down and hug Loki's neck tightly to minimize his wind resistance and adjust his movements to keep up with Loki's rhythm. As an elite Earth Knight, his riding skills are excellent, so after several adaptations, he has been well integrated into the rhythm of Loki's running pace. At this time, Loki could cross dozens of meters in one step. It was more like gliding on the ground than running. The surrounding scenery had already lost its image, turning into a series of afterimages as it rapidly retreated. Clack! Clack! Loki's voice was also distorted by the wind and could not be heard clearly. However, List could feel that it was moving at a speed that it had never reached before. At least 250 kilometers per hour. List looked up slightly, watching the scene in front of him, equally excited. The faster Loki ran, the higher its value. Although its combat power was not good, in terms of wandering and chasing, it was definitely better than a horse. Even a dragon horse like the Black Blood horse could not compare. Clack! Clack! Loki ran and suddenly began to jump, jumping very high with each step. After jumping back and forth several times, List was a little puzzled. Why did it suddenly change to jumping when it was running well? However, the next moment, he found that things were different. This time, Loki's jump did not stop for a short period of time before landing. Instead, it was as if a cyclone was supporting it, allowing it to glide in the air less than 5 meters away from the ground. It lasted for more than 10 seconds before landing on the ground. Then it jumped again and glided in the air. Casting magic eyes, Liz saw that every time Loki jumped, a part of the magic in its body would be drawn. It was releasing magic. This is lightness. Mages who study wind magic basically know this kind of magic, condensing wind magic to lift the body or lift heavy objects to reduce weight. It was not a very difficult magic, and its power was limited, but with Loki, it was like a divine help. Loki's high-speed running and jumping state was equivalent to gliding on the ground, and with the use of lightness, gliding became a basic operation. Loki jumped. He gave the order. Clack! Loki responded with lightness magic. Then he jumped high. This jump was like a bouncing ball bouncing from the ground, and the height continued to rise. It was not until the ground scenery became smaller that the momentum slowed down, hovering in the air for more than 10 seconds, and finally slowly landed. There was not much movement when it landed, and the lifting of wind magic greatly reduced Loki's weight. At least 10 meters, more than the height of a 3-story building. List was very proud. Such a Loki, although still far from flying, was no longer limited to the ground. It could barely be called a flying mount. Sure enough, I became a flying knight. On the way back, the smoke serpentines lingered in front of him. Quest completed. Reward: Loki magic, lightness. Then it was replaced by new serpentines. Quest: search for the orders of chivalry of wrath and the gathering of goats in progress. Perhaps this is the end of Marquis Ox, but no one knows the final outcome. Please wait patiently for the end of the war. Reward: unknown reward. Another waiting quest with an unknown reward. Last time was waiting for the new year to pass. This time is waiting for the war to end. Is there anything in common? List didn't find anything special about this type of quest. He didn't bother and just looked forward to it. I don't know what the unknown reward is this time. The unknown reward for the new year was a chi. Will it also be a legendary creature this time? A unicorn that symbolizes purity, a mermaid that is as attractive as a siren, or a great elf. At the very least, a beautiful female vampire is also good. When he returned to the camp stationed in the town, before he had time to take a sip of water, he was immediately notified to attend a meeting. Soon he knew the topic of the meeting. It turned out that his uncle Mesiro had sent a secret messenger to convey some news to the Count and his son. There must be something wrong with the Grand Duke's dragon, and it is a very serious problem. According to our channels in the palace, the Grand Duke has left the palace with the dragon, and his whereabouts are unknown. Whereabouts? Unknown. Yes, no one has found out where the Grand Duke has gone, including the Sapphire family. Many people don't know where the Grand Duke has gone. Chapter 390. The Sapphire Dragon did not live in the Sapphire Grand Duke's castle, the Blue Sky Mountain Palace. Instead, it rested in the cliff valley at the foot of the Blue Sky Mountain Palace, which was called the Blue Dragon Garden. The Blue Dragon Garden was huge, probably larger than Coral Island. Every day, palace servants entered the Blue Dragon Garden to pick up the gems produced by the Sapphire Dragon and look for mineral deposits that had been infected with crystals. Sometimes, the major guilds would train blue blood orders of chivalry in the Blue Dragon Garden or hunt in the Blue Dragon Garden. A large number of beasts in World of Warcraft were raised here as food for the Sapphire Dragon. At the time of the dragon slaying incident, the Grand Duke was hunting with Marquis Bull. Then, the dragon slaying incident broke out. According to the rumors, Marquis Bull and his wizards had already secretly set up a huge magic array in the Blue Dragon Garden. When the Sapphire Dragon stepped into the magic array, the array was immediately activated and the Sapphire Dragon was seriously injured. Marquis Bull took advantage of the civil strife to escape Blue Dragon Island. The secret messenger told him everything he knew. The Grand Duke issued the order to encircle Ironhoof Island and then left the Blue Sky Mountain Palace. It was only discovered after several days. Madame Sarit has already taken control of the palace and is purging the suspicious servants in the palace with the support of Marquis Nesta. The Sapphire Grand Duke disappeared with his dragon. The Grand Duke's wife, Madame Sarit, who was born in the Grand Flower Whalen family, was purging the palace servants who might be involved in the dragon slaying incident with the support of her brother, Marquis Nesta Grandflower Whalen. The Grand Duke's two sons and his son-in-law, Marquis Grendenin, came to encircle Ironhoof Island. This was the current environment of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. No one knows where the Grand Duke went. Maybe Madame Sarit knows, but no one else knows. Maybe someone knows, but we can't find out. Marquis Merlin and Brother Messiro, do you have any plans? Not yet. After Marquis Merlin received your letter, he asked Sir Messiro to tell you. Tell me what? Lee William listened attentively. The secret messenger replied, he has been with the Grand Duke for half his life and is very familiar with his old friend's style and methods. He hopes that you won't easily lose confidence in the Grand Duke before the dust disperses. I understand. The Count nodded and said, I also have some information here that I hope you can pass on to Brother Messiro. As you wish. Obviously, after seeing off the secret messenger, Liszt expressed his opinion. Grandfather's opinion is wise and prudent. He hopes that we will wait and see and not make a hasty decision. The Grand Duke left with the Sapphire Dragon. There must be a more important plan that can determine the future plans. So we still don't do anything. Leavis frowned. I always feel that this is indeed calm, but not really appropriate. What if the Eagle Kingdom intervenes? Liszt pondered for a moment and replied calmly, fight. Fight? As long as the Eagle Kingdom doesn't send out the Dragon Knight, what do we have to worry about? The Marquis family will not compromise easily. As long as we repel the orders of chivalry's attack, we will be able to prove our strength. I believe that whether it is the King of the Eagle Kingdom or the King of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, they will not mind having a group of powerful followers. This was also a well-established strategy. Before things became clear, obey the Sapphire family, show loyalty, and demonstrate value. All that was left was to choose which log to perch on. Liszt, who had experienced the baptism of war, was very high-spirited at this moment. He was not afraid of any situation. In any case, we should not miss the opportunity to kill the Marquis Bull. For the sake of the family's interests and for the sake of venting one's emotions, the rebels should be killed. Without the Marquis Bull's tricks, Liszt would still be peacefully farming in the Flower Town, waiting for this year's order of exploration. He liked this kind of step-by-step lifestyle and did not like too many unforeseen events. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of the Marquis Bull. This was a personal sentiment. From the perspective of interests, regardless of whether the Sapphire Dragon was dead or alive, the Marquis Bull should be destroyed. If the dragon was alive, he could curry favor with the Grand Duke. If the dragon was dead, he could prove his loyalty and eliminate his competitors. The Bull family, which had transferred their heirs and wealth overseas, was definitely the domestic aristocrats' biggest competitor. Even though the land was vast and boundless, there were not many resources that could be grabbed. If the Marquis Bull ate more, the others would have to eat less. This was the general principle. After the discussion between the two sons, the Count wanted to express some far-sighted opinions. However, List had said all that needed to be said, and there was really nothing worth adding. This made him very upset. He could only grasp a few details and repeat his lines. Subsequently, he continued to look for traces of the angry orders of chivalry in the Goat Assembly. Set out on June 7th, landed in the Oxhorn City on the 11th, set out for the main city on the 13th, and captured the nameless castle of the main city on the 14th. On the 15th, he went to Oxhare City. On the 16th, he rushed to Small River City. On the 17th, he captured the nameless castle of Small River City. On the 18th, he supported Tree Shade City. On the 20th, he captured the Greenleaf Castle of Tree Shade City. On the 21st, he went to Oxhare City again. On the 23rd, he captured the Fragrant Celery Castle of Oxhare City. On the evening of the 24th, he left for Ox Spine City. On the evening of the 25th, he arrived at Ox Spine City. On the 26th, he captured the castle of Ox Spine City. On the 27th, he left for Shwe Pear City. Today, it was already June 30th. After searching for 2.5 days in the towns near Shwe Pear City, every town was thoroughly cleaned up. No traces of the angry orders of chivalry and the Goat Assembly were found. There is no need to look anymore. Directly attack the city and occupy the Pear Castle of Shwe Pear City. The Count ordered. The orders of chivalry surrounded the Viscount's castle, Pear Castle. Dosen came out and bombarded the castle with rock grenades. The castle collapsed, and the war soon ended. At the same time, the battlefields of several other cities also received good news. With the Count's orders of chivalry, it was really easy to destroy the castle guarded by the Viscount. July 2nd. The Coral Islands' orders of chivalry and the other Count's orders of chivalry, under the leadership of Marquis Grendenin, went straight to one of the last two cities, Oxdale City, where they met up with the Second Prince's orders of chivalry. The Second Prince's blue blood orders of chivalry had been destroyed, and Marquis Ramirez's white glutinous rice, who had accompanied him to capture Oxdale City, had also suffered heavy losses. Thanks to the support of Wallace Pineapple and Monsieur Lontaro, the situation finally stabilized. Oxdale City. Orders of chivalry from the white glutinous rice family, the pineapple family, and the taro family, as well as many orders of chivalry from the Count families directly under the Grand Duke. In just 2 days, he had taken down an earl guarding Oxbridge City. The current war is already one-sided. Everyone is competing for military merits. In the tent, the one chatting with List was his cousin, Meepaul Lontaro. His golden orichalcum armor was indestructible and very eye-catching. Fortunately, he had the elite orders of chivalry directly under him. The golden orichalcum armor made him less conspicuous. Otherwise, he would have become a live target on the battlefield. Of course, List held a cup containing local fresh milk. He had already finished drinking the dragon milk in stock. There's almost no danger. If I don't go for military merits, there's either something wrong with my head, or I'm like you, cousin, who doesn't need military merits to be conferred. In the battle to attack the castle, List took his orders of chivalry and frantically killed the enemy knight. Chapter 391. As the battle at Oxtendon City came to an end, the encirclement of Iron Hoof Island became clear. The wrathful orders of chivalry's whereabouts were also discovered. They appeared around the last big city, Oxtendon City. This city was not given away and still belonged to Marquis Bull. Not only did the wrathful orders of chivalry appear in Oxtendon City, but the mages of the Goat Congregation also swaggered in and out of Oxtendon City to pick all kinds of magic materials. They did not want to avoid the encirclement of orders of chivalry that was about to surround Oxtendon City. They were fearless. The Maing orders of chivalry have located Marquis Bull. After the meeting, Lee William gathered his followers and announced the Second Prince's final battle plan. All orders of chivalry immediately break camp and head to Oxtendon City to meet up with the eldest prince to complete the encirclement of Milk Lake. List took a deep breath. Count Lee William, is this the final battle? Lee William glanced at his second son, who had been frantically fighting for credit in the last 2 battles, and felt very gratified. Yes, this is the final battle. Once this battle was over, perhaps the Tulip family would advance further. In any case, his son's growth at such a chaotic juncture was something to be congratulated for. 10 kilometers away from Oxtendon City, there was a huge lake called Milk Lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a towering island. On the island, there was a castle slightly larger than Tulip Castle, Juniper Castle. The castle's name came from the dense shrubs and small trees on the island, juniper trees. Juniper Castle was famous throughout the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. This was because it was the place where the famous cellar liquor, Juniper Castle, was produced. There was a rumor that was hard to determine whether it was true or false. It was said that the Bull Marquis family had a dragon spirit, a juniper dragon spirit with a lifespan of 500 years. It was responsible for brewing wine. This juniper dragon spirit was a gift from the first Grand Duke to his favorite son. Since then, it had become the family treasure of the Bull family. If this rumor was true, then the Grand Duchy of Sapphire had a total of 2 dragon elves, the Sapphire family and the Oat Dragon Elf. Because there were very few dragon elves, there were only a few more than dragons, so very few people knew what dragon elves looked like. Liz did not know either. I've collected information about dragon elves. The more reliable explanation is that evolving from an elf to a dragon elf requires the help of a dragon. Help from a dragon? Riding Black Dragon. Paris followed Liszt and set off with orders of chivalry. Now that Liszt could ride the chocobo and charge at will, he lent Black Dragon to Paris so that she could be a bit faster when rescuing him. You can also describe it as an infection. This is my own speculation. Liszt said, just like dragon-type beasts in World of Warcraft, dragons should be able to infect greater elves. Greater elves can then borrow the mystical power of dragons to complete their own transformation and become dragon elves. Is that so? I heard that dragon elves are the servants of dragons. There's a saying that dragon elves are very close to dragons and like to live around dragons. I've read some magic books that record that dragon elves appear around evil dragons. However, there are also several magic books and night novels that mention another interesting theory. What theory? Dragon elves are the servants of dragons, but when a dragon elf evolves into an elven king, dragons will become its mounts and be at its beck and call. Sir Baron, is there really an elven king in this world? This was a very interesting question. Perhaps most people would refute this theory and think that the elven king was just a legend, because no one had ever seen an elven king since ancient times, and there was no accurate description of an elven king. Some people said that an elven king was as big as a forest. Some said that an elven king could ride a dragon. However, Liszt replied, There is an elven king in this world. Really? What does an elven king look like? Paris asked with great interest. I haven't seen one, I can't answer. His reliance was due to the legendary creatures appearing before his eyes one after another. First was the specter, then the dragon, then the lich, and soon the siren. Therefore, he would not be surprised if an elven king appeared in front of him one day. This world was not Earth. It did not necessarily have to abide by the theory of species evolution. Paris did not dwell on whether an elven king existed or not. She quickly thought, Sir Baron, why is the Marquis Bull not called the Marquis of Ironhoof Island? Or why is his name not changed to Andy Juniper? According to the feudal system, the correct title of an aristocrat was a fief plus a title of nobility. For example, Lee William Tulip's title was Earl of Coral Island. Liszt Tulip's title was Flowertown's Baron. Only the Marquis Bull's title was Marquis Bull, not Ironhoof Island's Marquis. This is a memorial. Liszt knew the interesting story. Before the Sapphire family came to this part of the sea to establish a state, they were somewhere on the continent. At that time, the youngest son of the first Grand Duke had a nickname, Little Bull. He was conferred the title of Earl Bull for the first time. Subsequently, the Sapphire family established a state. Little Bull was promoted to Marquis Bull and granted the Ironhoof Island. Perhaps because he did not want to change this close relationship, the title of Marquis Bull continued. As for his name, it was more or less the same. In order to show his close relationship with the Sapphire family, His surname had always been Sapphire. Of course, it was also possible that Marquis Bull did not have the Juniper Dragon Sprite. Without the Juniper Dragon Sprite, the surname naturally could not be Juniper. After marching for a day, they arrived at the shore of Milk Lake. The orders of chivalry that besieged the Iron Hoof Island smoothly met up and firmly surrounded the lake, ready to launch the final blow at any time. List was also making his final preparations. This was the last battle of the campaign to besiege the Iron Hoof Island. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to snatch military exploits again. So far, the news of the death of the Sapphire Dragon had not arrived. The possible invasion army of the Eagle Kingdom had also not arrived. The battlefield became clearer and clearer. Marquis Bull could not escape his doom. He dipped the rag in a special turpentine and slowly wiped the Sky Cutter greatsword. This kind of maintenance work could reduce the wear and tear of the weapon and increase its service life. Any weapon would eventually become a scrap as it was continuously worn out. Even if it was a heavenly weapon made of dragon teeth, it would also decay over time. It was just that the speed of decay varied. Lord Baron, the messenger knight arrived. Lord Earl wants you to get ready. In half an hour, you will follow him to attend the banquet. Got it. Half an hour later, List, who was wearing the mithril armor, followed his father Lee William and brother Levis to the first prince's tent to attend the banquet tonight. Even though they were at war, they could not stop the nobles from eating and drinking. There were even wine glasses placed on the table. Were they going to drink to their heart's content at the front line of the war? Chapter 392. At the banquet, List saw all kinds of aristocrats. Most of them were aristocrats with higher status than him, or aristocratic heirs who had yet to be titled. Marquis Wallace Pineapple Green of Deep Throat Island, Marquis Roderick Golden Wheat of Golden Island, Marquis Ramirez White Glutinous Rice of Leather Island, Marquis Glendon Red Maple Leaf of Maple City. List counted the marquises at the banquet to increase his impression. Of the 7 marquises of the Grand Duchy, 4 were gathered here. The other 3 marquises were not present. The Marquis of the Red Shoes, Merlin Lontaro, had already retired and was enjoying his retirement at home. The Marquis of the Bull, Andy Sapphire, had become a traitor and was surrounded. The last Marquis of Quicksand City, Nesta Greatflower, was currently assisting Madame Charlotte in cleaning up the palace servants. The pattern of 7 marquises had been formed since the succession of the 5th Grand Duke and had been stable until now. Perhaps in a few days, there will only be 6 marquises left. Eating coarse food, List's appetite was not very good. He still preferred to eat the food made by Mrs. Abbey. Then he observed the eldest prince and the second prince. To be precise, these 2 were only the sons of the Duke and had nothing to do with the princes. However, just as the daughter of the Sapphire Grand Duke was called a princess, they were also called princes. The eldest prince, Anthony Sapphire, was 32 years old and was known as the Ice Sword Saint. The second prince, Angus Sapphire, was 27 years old and was known as the Ice Spring Sword Saint. One was a veteran sword saint, and the other was a newly promoted sword saint. To be able to be called a sword saint at this age, their aptitude was good. The 2 were very similar in appearance, but they were not handsome. The eldest prince's expression was more amiable, giving people a sense of closeness like a spring breeze. The second prince, who knew if it was because of the tragic destruction of the orders of chivalry, always had a cold face and kept strangers away. I heard from my cousin that Anthony and Angus became Sky Knight after the age of 20. Their talent is indeed good, but it can't be regarded as outstanding. With the unlimited resources of the Sapphire family, it is possible for them to become a Sky Knight before adulthood. List only became an Earth Knight when he became an adult. Now that he was 17, he hoped to become a Sky Knight before he turned 20. Although they had lost at the starting line, they were destined to win at the finish line. Especially when he saw the eldest prince drinking with the nobles, still enjoying countless crowds and flattery, he felt very uncomfortable. He thought maliciously, maybe the Sapphire Dragon is already dead and the Grand Duke is already in a terrible state, but his son is here talking and laughing. He picked up the glass of juice in front of him and took a sip. He then tasted the medium-well steak and suddenly felt very emotional. I keep feeling that this is not the right time to hold a banquet. Marquis Bull will not just sit and wait for his death. He must be up to something. It looks like I have to be more careful in this battle and not charge recklessly. Those who could plan to slaughter a dragon were definitely not easy to deal with. If you meet a soft persimmon, you must stab it. If you meet a tough one, you must learn to be humble. The steak was not delicious, but the juice tasted good. He drank half a glass of juice in one gulp. This banquet could barely be considered to be full. When he went back, he would replenish some of the six-headed Hydra King's snake meat. List looked at the nobles who were still flattering and toasting each other. He suddenly thought, if the Grand Duchy of Sapphire is really in chaos, will I have the opportunity to get the Dragon Knight Cheese secret book from the Sapphire family? The Dragon Knight Cheese secret book, written by the first Grand Duke, was left for his descendants to practice in the hope that one of them could become a Dragon Knight. Unfortunately, in the hands of the Sapphire family, no new Dragon Knight Cheese secret book had been born. List knew that he was a man destined to ride a dragon. Therefore, this Dragon Knight Cheese secret book was of great use to him. In this part of the sea, this was probably the only book on how to ride a dragon. Juniper Castle was surrounded by Milk Lake, and the knight could not charge. But it could not stop the knight. Early the next morning, the serfs of Ox-Tendon City were driven to cut down the trees in the surrounding forest. One by one, logs were transported to Milk Lake, and rafts were thrown into Milk Lake. Countless wooden rafts were piled up, and soon the edge of Milk Lake was tightly covered. The layers of wooden rafts could completely withstand the weight of a galloping cavalry. Although the lake was huge, it could not stop the countless serfs from bustling about. Little by little, the surface of Milk Lake seemed to be covered by a cloth. It shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and spread towards the island where Juniper Castle was located. Marquis Bull has not responded. The guard of Juniper Castle don't seem to be in a panic. On a nearby hill, Lee William put down his binoculars and said. List also put down his binoculars. Father, I feel that Marquis Bull is making a big move. Maybe he has given up on himself. List, you have to think in a positive direction. Levis's expression was relaxed. The army is pressing on, and Marquis Bull can't resist. From the beginning, he assassinated the Sapphire Dragon and gambled with his life. Now, he has obviously lost the gamble. Don't be too optimistic. The Count glanced at Levis and said, when dealing with the Golden Wheat family, remember to use your brain more, look at the problem carefully from all angles, and don't be blinded by love. For the past 2 days, Levis had been running to Marquis Roderick's tent every other day. Every day that he did not marry Relia Golden Wheat family was another day that he felt uneasy, so he actively performed in front of his future father-in-law. Levis argued, Father, you worry too much. I just want to actively connect with the Golden Wheat family to deal with some bad things in the future. Actively connecting is a good thing, but don't show it. Don't become a gun and a sword in the hands of others. Learn to hide yourself. The Count suddenly sighed with emotion. You two brothers, Levis is too keen on socializing, while List is too indifferent. List smiled and was confident and free. Because I believe in my own strength, far more than unreliable socializing. Besides, Levis socializing to my brother. I will follow in the footsteps of my father and brother. As a dignified future Dragon Knight, he did not care about maintaining some aristocratic relations. Lee William shook his head, feeling a little powerless. Both his sons were very outstanding, but they had their own opinions and would not listen to him seriously. 3 days passed, and on the 10th of July, the sun was shining brightly. The Milk Lake was completely covered by the wooden raft. The eldest prince no longer hesitated and announced the attack on Juniper Castle. The Earth Knight assembled in the form of orders of chivalry and besieged the castle, while the Sky Knight flew high in the sky and launched a surprise attack. A mighty battle was about to begin. However, the island where Juniper Castle was located suddenly blossomed with a faint light. Then, a wave-like barrier appeared over the entire island, as if a large bowl had inverted the castle. The Earth Knight could not break through the barrier. The Sky Knight could only cause the barrier to shake violently. It's just a defensive magic circle. The sorcerers of the Goat Congregation can only create such an obstacle. Eldest Prince Anthony unsheathed his long sword and pointed it at the sky, full of pride. Everyone listen to my command. Charge with me, attack the magic barrier, and crush it. Boom! Chapter 393. This chapter is Meow Kitty. Riding on the chocobo Loki's back, List didn't exert much strength. He just held the knight's spear and poked at the halo barrier. Magic was a very mysterious existence. Of course, anything related to magic, whether it was living creatures, magic, or combat aura, was very mysterious. Some strange materials, together with the magician's runes, could be used to draw magic to form a special magic array. The halo barrier in front of him was such a magic array. It was similar to the water magic wave shield, but it wasn't made of water. After casting magic eyes, he saw that the color of the halo wasn't very obvious. It was chaos magic. It's probably a mixed type of magic array. While he was paddling, he had enough energy to observe the halo barrier in front of him. He could see the magic colors on the halo barrier. Some were dark, some were bright, and the contrast between light and dark outlined the network nodes like a spider web. Among them, the thickest lines were connected to different parts of the ground. If I cut off the nodes of these lines, I should be able to destroy the halo barrier, right? List's eyes lit up. He decided to experiment. He quickly signaled with the flag. Change formation. Attack the direction I'm guiding. Boom! He took the lead and attacked the nodes of the magic network, followed by the Black Orders of Chivalry's Knight. Each attack didn't seem to have much effect, but List could clearly see that with each attack, the thick magic lines dimmed a bit. Under the continuous attacks, the magic lines were almost about to collapse under the attacks of the Black Orders of Chivalry. Just then, a loud horn blared from within the halo barrier, followed by the dull sound of hooves. Orders of Chivalry rode out of Castle Juniper on a red horse, galloping along the slope of the island towards the direction of the Black Orders of Chivalry. This was the elite Orders of Chivalry that belonged to Marquis Bull, the one who annihilated the Second Prince's 300 blue blood Orders of Chivalry, as well as the 800 Orders of Chivalry under Marquis Ramirez White Glutinous Rice and other suzerains. The wrathful Orders of Chivalry were the strongest Orders of Chivalry on Iron Hoof Island. Iron Hoof Island was located in the southwest corner of the Grand Duchy. It was the closest location to the mainland and was known as the Grand Duchy's Barrier. The furious Orders of Chivalry were the barrier within the barrier. His fame spread far and wide. Seeing the furious Orders of Chivalry attack, List's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his attack on the halo barrier and the destruction of the nodes had been detected by the enemy's spellcasters. He would not fight the furious Orders of Chivalry. These knights were elite Earth Knights, carefully trained by Marquis Bull. Many of them were drugged, and the horses they rode were not ordinary war horses. Even with Dosun's help, it would be difficult to destroy their formation. The Black Orders of Chivalry had no chance of winning. So, seeing the furious Orders of Chivalry attack, he quickly changed his flag signal and led the Black Orders of Chivalry to avoid the nodes and slack off in other directions. At the same time, he shouted, "The furious Orders of Chivalry have attacked. The magic formation will not last long. Attack quickly. Destroy the furious Orders of Chivalry." The shout attracted the attention of many knights. The Second Prince, who was patrolling the battlefield, apparently also noticed it. He immediately led the Blue Blood Orders of Chivalry, who had been reassigned to his banner, and rushed toward the furious Orders of Chivalry. This was to complete his revenge. The Knight Torrent attack. Seeing that the two Orders of Chivalry, one red and one silver, were about to collide, the red furious Orders of Chivalry suddenly stopped. The silver Orders of Chivalry also immediately stopped in front of the halo barrier. They confronted each other through the barrier. What a pity. Why didn't they attack? A few more times, and the magic formation will definitely collapse. In the distance, List, who was slacking, saw the two orders of chivalry confronting each other and could not help but curse the second prince for being a coward. It looked like they were about to take revenge, but it turned out to be a confrontation of eyes. He had to cast magic eyes again, look for the next node, and fiercely attack. Similarly, another furious orders of chivalry with red helmet, red armor, and red horse rushed toward List. This time, it was the Taro family's orders of chivalry with dazzling golden armor. The vanguard happened to be List's cousin, Miopal Long Taro. With a flash in his eyes, List urged his horse to gallop over Sir Miopal. Baron List. Miopal, who was confronting the furious orders of chivalry on the other side of the halo barrier, could not help but glance at List, who was riding a strange bird. List approached and said in a low voice, "I found a problem. Just now, when I was attacking the halo barrier on the second prince's side, the furious orders of chivalry directly rushed toward me. Then, when I attacked the halo barrier on the other side, another furious orders of chivalry quickly rushed over. These two places must be the nodes of the entire halo barrier." Had it been someone else, List would not have revealed such information, so as not to expose his secret of magic eyes. But Miopal was his cousin, and their relationship was pretty good. Even if Miopal suspected that Miopal was hiding a secret, List wouldn't get to the bottom of it. Moreover, List didn't mind giving the credit for breaking the halo barrier to Miopal. In any case, with the threat of the furious orders of chivalry, Miopal didn't dare to attack the nodes at will. Is that so? Miopal was dubious. Try it and you will know. I will support you from his side. If it succeeds, the Taro family will inevitably achieve the first meritorious service in capturing Castle Juniper. All right, I will give it a try. Since he had already decided to marry the Grand Duke's youngest daughter, Miopal had a desire to express himself. Hearing List's words, he took advantage of the situation. Charge! The elite orders of chivalry, equipped with orichalcum armor, instantly rushed toward the halo barrier. On the opposite side, the furious orders of chivalry also instantly charged forward, with the momentum of perishing together. However, the Taro family's orders of chivalry still fiercely collided with the halo barrier. With so many orders of chivalry present, Miopal wasn't worried about his own safety. The furious orders of chivalry couldn't scare him. Moreover, the opposite side's actions proved List's words that there was a problem with the barrier. Boom! The chi connected with the knight's knight spear and fiercely collided with the halo barrier. The next moment, the originally intact halo barrier suddenly flickered several times, seemingly on the verge of collapse, but it eventually stabilized. But this point made Miopal understand that what List said was correct. He raised his knight's spear and turned his horse around. Continue the charge. In the distance, the crown prince saw the flickering halo barrier and shouted in excitement. The magic array won't last long. All orders of chivalry, charge with all your might and flatten Castle Juniper. Flatten Castle Juniper. Flatten Castle Juniper. Flatten Castle Juniper. The effect of the node being attacked completely ignited the rhythm of the battlefield. The orders of chivalry surrounding Juniper Castle launched an even fiercer charge. They seemed to know that it was impossible. The two furious orders of chivalry hastily rushed back to Juniper Castle without looking back. Just as they returned to Juniper Castle, Miopal led his elite orders of chivalry to charge 3 times, thoroughly breaking the halo barrier. In a split second, a chain reaction occurred, and the entire halo barrier flickered violently. Soon after, it completely dissipated. Countless orders of chivalry shouted, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" List was mixed in the ranks, neither too fast nor too slow. He just cooperated with the shouting of slogans, but he wasn't willing to occupy the front row. At this time, the numerous orders of chivalry had just set foot on the shore of the island when the sky suddenly darkened. Thunder and lightning flashed, gales whistled, and a large number of hailstones, fireballs, rocks, and water arrows crazily shot out from Juniper Castle. Wizards of the Congregation of Goats. With a roar, the crown prince raised his sword and soared, directly charging towards a rock falling from the sky. foolish, and ignorant. This is the era of the night. Boom! The sword filled with chi slashed out, splitting the rock into pieces. The crown prince's figure was high in the air, his black cloak fluttering in the wind, his imposing manner unparalleled. Under his leadership, one sky knight after another rushed out from the orders of chivalry and soared into the air, starting to bombard Juniper Castle indiscriminately. Chapter 394. This chapter is My Horse Feeds the Goats. There had to be a reason why the era chose the knight to rule the world. The current battle scene vividly displayed the disadvantage of the magicians. When the orders of chivalry charged, when the Sky Knight soared into the air, the free mana in the air became chaotic, and the great magicians could no longer release the magic they were so proud of. Fort Juniper's seemingly overwhelming counterattack vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only the shouts of the knight. Arrows imbued with combat energy continuously struck the walls of Fort Juniper, peeling off the hard rocks that were watered with glutinous rice juice. There were only sporadic counterattacks from within the fort. Under the siege of nearly 10,000 knights, the knights could not even lift their heads and were suppressed to the point of suffocation. Moreover, there was still the Sky Knight bombing from a fixed point. As he soared into the air, he swung his long sword, and every time he struck, he would be able to repel the last bit of counterattack. The battle was just as everyone had expected before the banquet began. It was a one-sided situation. Fort Juniper was in imminent danger. List, who was slacking off, watched as the Sky Knight attacked from the air and the Earth Knight attacked from the ground. The combined attacks of land and air could destroy Fort Juniper at any time. He could not help but feel anxious. How could this be? It's completely different from what I imagined. The Marquis Bull has no way of fighting back. The knights who were angry at the orders of chivalry were suppressed in the fort, not daring to show their faces. The magicians of the goat gathering had also disappeared without a trace. The countdown to the end of the war. Tick-tock, tick-tock. How unlucky, I guessed wrong. List's annoyance only lasted for a few seconds. He immediately raised his swift shadow bow and shouted, "Black orders of chivalry, attack Fort Juniper with all your might." He was going to seize the credit. If not now, when? 3 arrows infused with fire-attributed energy shot toward the wall of Juniper Castle and blasted off a piece of rock. List shook his head. He was not satisfied with this result. He whistled, and Dosin, who was in the middle of the Black Orders of Chivalry, immediately rushed over. Dosin had been in the limelight for the past few days. Many nobles came to visit Dosin on the pretext of socializing. In fact, raising an intermediate World of Warcraft to participate in battle wasn't rare. Many Sky Knight mounts were World of Warcraft, and there were even intermediate World of Warcraft that could fly. Marquis Ramirez White Glutinous Rice's mount was an intermediate World of Warcraft Overlord Beetle that could fly and release lightning. At this moment, he was standing on the Overlord Beetle's head, casting his skills while commanding the Overlord Beetle to release lightning. The advantage of World of Warcraft was that he could use his own mana to cast spells. Naturally, Dosin could also cast spells. Dosin rock grenades. Boom! Huge rocks smashed into the walls of Castle Juniper, creating many cracks. In terms of siege power, Dosin could laugh at everyone present. Boom! 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 With Dosin's rock grenades and arrows, the Black Orders of Chivalry's main attack area of the castle quickly collapsed, creating a small gap. The angry Knight of Orders of Chivalry stood at the gap and used his shield to block the knight's charge. Dosin panted heavily as he ran out of mana. List held the swift shadow bow and continued to shoot, hoping to take a few heads from afar. At this moment, he saw the eldest prince descending from the sky and landing beside him. His expression under the mask was not clear, and his eyes were also blocked by the sunlight. However, the eldest prince sounded very excited. "You are Lee Williams' son, Levis? Levis is my brother. I am Earl Lee Williams' second son, List. I've heard of you, List." The eldest prince just landed to rest for a while. The Sky Knight could not fly for a long time. This dog you raised is not bad. You have made an important contribution to the capture of Castle Juniper. Thank you, eldest prince. List immediately changed to an excited tone. I'm willing to charge for the Sapphire family. Very good. After saying this, the eldest prince flew into the sky and went straight to the gap blocked by the angry orders of chivalry. He fiercely waved his long sword, and the ice attributed chi instantly condensed into countless ice cones. Together with the long sword, he slashed at the knight at the gap. Bang! The shield supported by more than a dozen elite Earth Knights were violently shaken back and fell on the walkway of the castle. But before the eldest prince could rush in, a cyan sword pierced out and went straight for the eldest prince. Clang! The eldest prince blocked the sneak attack with his sword and said in a cold voice, Arthas, are you betraying the Sapphire family like your father? Have you forgotten all about our friendship in the past? I'll give you a chance now. Surrender to me, and I guarantee you will live. The one who sneak attacked him was the son of Marquis Bull, Arthas Sapphire. He was also a Sky Knight at the Sacred Swordsman level. His title was Sacred Swordsman of Hurricane. Father's decision is my decision. Arthas responded coldly. He then returned to the gap and continued to summon elite Earth Knights to block the gap. Disappointment and loss. The eldest prince landed on the ground with a frosty face and roared, Attack! Everyone attack! I want to see Castle Juniper fall in half an hour. Rumble. The battle around the gap in the castle became white-hot. The Sky Knights rushed at the gap one after another and fought with the Sky Knights in Castle Juniper, each using a high-level chi secret technique. Although the battle was in a stalemate for a while, as the castle walls continued to collapse and the gap grew larger, the Sky Knights in Castle Juniper became weaker and weaker. List had already run out of arrows. He stopped attacking on his chocobos and watched the Sky Knights fight. Hundreds of Sky Knights, almost 4/5 of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire Sky Knights, were here. A few Sky Knights here used up their chi and landed to recover, while a few other Sky Knights joined in the battle. They maintained a constant suppression of Castle Juniper. Sea Swordsman Lee William was among them. As a Sacred Swordsman-level Sky Knight, his performance was outstanding. Apart from a few veteran perfect Swordsman-level Sky Knights, he was probably one of the strongest Sacred Swordsmen. This Battle of Castle Juniper will probably be recorded in the history of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. This is an epic battle. List's blood was boiling. He wished he could immediately return to the Flowertown study and take out the Dragon Wars in the Wild Chronicle book and write it again. He wrote down the battle. When Dragon Knight List was young, he participated in the Battle of Castle Juniper. He took the lead and broke through Castle Juniper's defenses. As an elite Earth Knight, he accomplished what a group of Sky Knights could not. Subsequently, with his help, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's Knights captured Castle Juniper. Immediately after, he felt that he had to add, the eldest son of the Sapphire Grand Duke personally pays his highest tribute to List. However, just when everyone felt that victory was in their grasp and that Castle Juniper was about to be captured, suddenly, dark clouds rolled over the castle. The sun disappeared in the clouds, and the sky suddenly became gloomy. Immediately afterward, a blue light shot out from the highest spire of Castle Juniper and pierced the dark clouds. Rumble, 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 rumble of thunder shook the dark clouds. Such a huge change made all the knights pause their attacks, staring at the bright blue light. The surging atmosphere of war instantly stagnated. Anthony, are you so eager for your uncle to die? There was only one voice between heaven and earth. It seemed to come from the castle and the dark clouds. The next moment, the light converged. The angry orders of chivalry at the gap in the castle inexplicably cheered and made way. 10 seconds later, a tall figure appeared at the gap. A figure that was twice as tall as a normal person. A pitch-black armor covered his whole body from head to toe. However, the front of the bullhead-shaped helmet and the eye area were emitting blue flames, looking cold and grim. In the hands of the tall figure was a curved greatsword. To be precise, it was a curved greatsword made of bone, which was also emitting blue flames. Pitch black armor, blue flames, and a huge figure that was twice as tall as a person. All of them exuded a great sense of oppression. He just stood there, but not a single knight dared to attack him. No one had recovered from the shock. They had seen tall humans, but they had never seen a human twice as tall as a normal person. Not to mention that his eyes could emit blue flames. Chapter 395. Lich. This term, or rather this artificial creature, originated from ancient times, possibly from the Moon Empire. Yes, everything in this world would eventually be related to the Moon Empire. It was as if there was only one human country in ancient times, and that was the Moon Empire. In some of the magic books of the magicians, the Moon Empire was a country that pursued magic and thus gave birth to a variety of magic professions. As recorded in the book, to His Highness Annette, Curtis Truth, which he obtained from the ghost ship, the triangular pattern around the Eye of Truth had alchemists, vampires, necromancers, magicians, druids, wizards, enchanters, prophets, succubi, shamans, and other professions. All the professions were annihilated in the long river of history, and only the magicians continued. According to List's summary and search, the Lich originated from the wizards of the Moon Empire. Wizards were generally mages who studied soul technology. There was an ancient wizard who researched phylactery technology that could be used to imbue the soul and transformed himself into an immortal lich. After that, the lich flourished for a period of time. Of course, immortality probably didn't exist because in this era, there were no signs of the existence of lich. Those ancient lich had long become a speck of dust between heaven and earth. Even dragons couldn't live forever. So how could an artificial creature like the lich pry into the secret of immortality? It was probably a technology that could prolong one's life. But from the looks of it, the lich transformed from Andy Sapphire seems a little unusual. Compared to the form of a lich like Curtis Truth, Lich Andy seems to have a stronger aura. He's actually as tall as two people, and even the greatsword in his hand is emitting blue flames. List looked at the gap in Juniper Castle, where Marquis Bull was talking to the eldest prince. He became nervous. He guessed that Marquis Bull would have a backup plan, but he didn't expect that the result would be Marquis Bull successfully transforming into a lich and appearing in front of everyone with an invincible posture. The battlefield fell into a stagnant atmosphere. The eldest prince, Anthony, landed on the ground and looked up at the tall lich Andy. His voice was cold. Liches are nothing but trash eliminated by the times. There are no immortals in the world, and you are the same. Andy, your self-deceiving behavior won't scare anyone. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Lich Andy lightly waved the large sword in his hand. The design of this sword was very cool. The blade was like a bone, and the hilt was a metal bull's head. The pair of bull's horns were the sword guard, and the blue flames burned coldly. I'm not trying to scare you, because I'm coming to kill you. Boom! The lich Andy jumped down from Juniper Castle, and the ground shook under his feet. The eldest prince could not help but feel a sense of fear, but he quickly shouted, "All Knight, throw your spears and arrows at this lich. Sky Knight, attack him with me. Do you really want to go against me?" When Lich Andy saw the surrounding orders of chivalry preparing to attack, he immediately shouted, "I have become a lich and seized the power of the Sapphire Dragon. My existence proves that the Sapphire Dragon is dead. Do you still choose to be buried with the Sapphire family?" His words immediately made orders of chivalry's movement stagnate. The dragon-slaying incident had already happened. Now that Marquis Bull had successfully become a lich, there was no doubt that he had stolen the power of the Sapphire Dragon. So, what happened to this dragon that suppressed the country? Everyone would have doubts in their hearts. However, the eldest prince quickly refuted. The power of a dragon is not something you can covet. The Sapphire Dragon is safe and sound. Soon, it will recover from its injuries and kill the dregs that dare to provoke its majesty. After saying that, the eldest prince directly rushed towards Lich Andy. At this moment, List sincerely admired the heir to the Duke. Not only did he not shrink back on such an occasion, but he also rushed forward without hesitation. He tried to take the lead and directly influence the judgment of the surrounding knight. On the contrary, the second prince beside him did not rush out with the eldest prince immediately. The newly promoted sacred swordsman hesitated and wavered. This battle is a bit difficult. List also had thoughts of retreating. He did not know how strong the Lich transformed by Marquis Bull was, but the success of the Marquis Bull could easily make people think of the safety of the Sapphire Dragon, and thus give rise to hesitation. Just like now, only the eldest prince rushed out alone. Even the second prince's heart wavered. The scales of victory had already tilted towards Marquis Bull and the new Lich Andy. Once the eldest prince's attack tested Andy's strength, there would probably be a huge change in the battlefield. Thinking of the escape route that he had long thought of, List could not help but sigh self-deprecatingly in his heart. Nobles are the best at seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. But the next moment, he found that his understanding of the nobles was still very superficial. In the camp, the second Sky Knight rushed out after the eldest prince. This Sky Knight was dressed in golden armor and held a golden greatsword in his hand. The one who was dressed so flashily was none other than the uncle of the useless Sky Knight who relied on potions to become a normal-level Sky Knight. Messiro Lontaro. His eyes froze, and he could not react for a moment. He did not have time to react either. Soon, he realized that his father, the wave swordsman Lee William, was the third to rush out after Messiro. Following that, the Sky Knights rushed out one after another. The second prince was among them, and all of them rushed towards Lich Andy. When Lich Andy saw this scene, he couldn't help but curse. Stupid ants. It seems that you do not understand that your current actions are equivalent to suicide. Boom! He raised his greatsword that was covered in blue flames and lightly swept it across. A circle of blue shock waves spread out in a fan shape and quickly hit the bodies of many Sky Knights. The Sky Knights were instantly pushed back like a small boat being overturned by a wave. Lee William was among the ranks that were pushed back, but he was not injured. He was only hit by a huge force, and his ribs were aching. After catching his breath, he rushed forward again. Coincidentally, the eldest prince was beside him, who was also sent flying. He looked at the eldest prince, and the eldest prince looked back at him. Without any words or eye contact, the two of them quickly went into a new battle. This was going to be a difficult battle. Lightning, hail, gravel, wind blades, flames, and waves. Other than the rarer light and dark battle energy, the other 6 types of battle energy appeared in the sky. The magic in the air was crushed by the knight's own battle energy, creating all kinds of strange phenomena. Lich Andy roared angrily in the midst of such a wild attack. His greatsword that was covered in blue flames actually blocked the group attack and still had the strength to counterattack. Whoosh! The greatsword that was covered in blue flames suddenly made a turn, and an ordinary Sky Knight who could not dodge in time was grazed in the chest by the greatsword. Blood splattered and quickly evaporated. The Sky Knight screamed and retreated. He could not even block one of Lich Andy's sword. The gap was so big that it was terrifying. The Earth Knights surrounding Fort Juniper did not even dare to intervene in the battle. This was a battle between the top knight forces. Lich Andy seemed to be a magically created creature, but his fighting style was still that of a knight. Mixed in the midst of the orders of chivalry, List raised the swift shadow bow several times and then put it down again. With the Count joining the battle, the position of the Tulip family was quickly determined. The Coral Islands orders of chivalry had no way out and could only fight, but this battle was not something that an elite Earth Knight like him could participate in. Even sneak attacks with bows and arrows would be very difficult. Chapter 396. In World of Warcraft, Lich King Arthas had a godly weapon called Frostmourne. Now that Marquis Bull had a similar greatsword that emitted blue flames. It reminded List of another godly weapon called Happy Flames. Of course, this sword wasn't called that. but it wasn't weak in the slightest. Fighting dozens of Sky Knights alone, Marquis Bull's support was only 7 or 8 Sky Knights from Castle Juniper. But even so, Marquis Bull still had the upper hand. His greatsword that emitted blue flames could severely injure a Sky Knight from time to time. How can an ant understand the power of a lich? Marquis Bull laughed sinisterly as he slashed out with his sword. A Sky Knight couldn't dodge in time and had his arm cut off on the spot. He was completely crippled, screaming as he fell to the ground. Fortunately, the knights on the ground rushed over and rescued him in time, saving his life. But he was just the beginning. A minute later, another Sky Knight was heavily injured. Half of his waist was slashed by the greatsword that emitted blue flames, almost cutting him in half. If not for his high-grade chief forcefully stopping the bleeding, he would probably have died. "Commander, what should we do?" Captain Leiden was extremely anxious. The situation on the battlefield had already exceeded the scope of elite Earth Knights like him. List gestured for him to calm down and directly ran towards Levis. "Sir Levis." "Baron List." Levis led the red and yellow orders of chivalry and did not move either, but his expression was as blank and anxious as Captain Leiden's. "Are you planning to escape?" "What?" Levis screamed and then lowered his voice. "Are you crazy? Father is fighting right now." He still had family and rationality. He wasn't scared out of his wits by the battlefield. List calmed himself down and said directly, "We can't interfere in the Sky Knights' battle, but Castle Juniper is right in front of us. Since Father has decided to fight, we shouldn't stop." Levis waved his hand. "If you have a plan, just say it. Why are you still hesitating at a time like this?" "Very good. Contact the Orders of Chivalry immediately. We will avoid the main battlefield and continue to attack Fort Juniper." List's voice was calm. His nervousness didn't make him lose his mind. On the contrary, his mind became more active. He looked at Levis, who seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw, and said in a clear voice, "We must advance and retreat together with Father. This means that we must have the faith to win. In that case, they could not lose the credit for conquering Castle Juniper. You contact the Golden Wheats family. I'll contact the Taro family. We can take it down." List immediately interrupted. "Nonsense. Can't you see the gap in the castle? If everyone attacks together, no matter how big the castle is, we can flatten it. Hurry up and contact them." "Okay." Levis clenched his teeth and obeyed List's arrangement. The two brothers, one on the left and one on the right, began to contact the leaderless Orders of Chivalry. The Sky Knights had all run off to fight the Lich Andy, and no one paid attention to the small Castle Juniper. However, List could clearly see that Castle Juniper was absolutely the key. There were two reasons. The first was that the Lich had a phylactery. According to Curtis Truth's situation, the phylactery wasn't fatal and was only the coordinates of her return from the land of exile. But this wasn't necessarily the case for Andy Saphylactery. The second reason was that conquering Castle Juniper would at least disturb Marquis Bull's mentality. After all, it was his lair. There might be a lot of wealth inside, as well as many wizards from the Goat Assembly. The connection went smoothly. Meopal immediately nodded. "Understand. I will contact the other families. With our strength, we can directly capture Castle Juniper." About 5 minutes later, the battle in the sky reached its climax. More than 10 Sky Knights were heavily injured, and the Bull Marquis had also been hit a few times. His armor was damaged, and even more blue flames appeared. At the same time, with the Knight of the Taro family and the Golden Wheatear family taking the lead, the Orders of Chivalry once again charged towards Castle Juniper. The elite Earth Knights climbed the gap one after another and started a fierce battle with the furious Orders of Chivalry. With their lords fighting in the sky, the Earth Knights on the ground naturally didn't dare to slack off, especially the heir of the family. In order to share the burden of his father, he couldn't wait to capture Castle Juniper. List mixed in with the charging troops. He wasn't too high profile, nor was he greedy for this bit of achievement. The series of attacks originated from him. So, in any case, his share of the achievement was indispensable. Moreover, The first prince had already affirmed his other achievement in the siege. He was in the limelight. As long as they won the war, the title of Viscount would be theirs. If he were to be too high-profile now, he wouldn't even know how he died if the Marquis Bull were to casually strike him. The battle in the sky and the castle was in full swing. Around Castle Juniper, the climax of the epic battle rose one after another. 15 minutes later, the Orders of Chivalry finally broke through the blockade of the furious Orders of Chivalry and rushed into Castle Juniper. They began a frenzied massacre of the castle's personnel. "Ants, how dare you?" The Marquis Bull noticed the situation in Castle Juniper. He turned around and roared, wanting to rush over to stop it. However, he was entangled by the first prince and the other Sky Knights. As they became familiar with the Marquis Bull's strength, the Sky Knights didn't continue to lose members. They were barely able to stabilize their position and stall the Marquis Bull. The first prince soared into the sky and roared, "Knights, flatten Castle Juniper. I am with you. Flatten Castle Juniper. Flatten Castle Juniper." The Orders of Chivalry shouted slogans and began an even more frenzied attack. List also shouted a few times and led Yunus and the other elite Earth Knights into the castle. He didn't go in any direction. Instead, he looked for the Marquis Bull's study. In his view, the importance of knowledge was far greater than the castle's other wealth. With magic eyes, he could easily avoid powerful opponents. The elite Earth Knights blocked his way, so he directly bypassed them and specifically dealt with the weak ordinary Earth Knights. Soon, he rushed to the third floor of the castle and found the location of the study. "Yunus, guard the door. I have something to look for." "Hurry up." There were bookshelves in the study, neatly stacked with books, but List didn't rummage through them. They were mostly decorative objects, just like the bookshelves in the Flower Town. He looked at the desk. The most important secret books, the ones that the Marquis Bull often read, must be on the desk. Sure enough, there was a stack of books on the desk. On the top, List glimpsed the title of the book, A Night in the Piano Room with Miss Havana. He didn't think much about it and directly stuffed the stack of books into the gem space. He found several books from other corners and stuffed them into the gem space without looking at them. There was a set of silver white knight armor hanging on the wall. He took it off without hesitation and stuffed it into the gem space. The armor that could be stored in this study was definitely not ordinary. Chapter 397. This chapter is called Heavenly Sword Dancing Fragrance. 10,000 rewards. Strictly speaking, Castle Juniper was only a vacation castle of Marquis Bull, which was absolutely incomparable to the Castle of Bulls in the Iron Hoof City, so there were not many important properties here. Those properties should have been moved overseas with the other son of Marquis Bull and his grandson. There were not many discoveries in the bedroom, and the bedside table was also opened by him. It was full of sundries, but there were no books. However, right above the bedside wall, there was a portrait of the wife of Duke Bull, a middle-aged woman. The woman had a necklace around her neck. In the vision of the magic eye, the pink gem inlaid under the necklace turned out to be real. He easily removed the gem and put it into the gem space. After carefully observing again and finding no magic items, he hurriedly came out and said in a calm voice, "It's all empty. There is nothing good left in this castle. This is just a place where Marquis Bull took refuge. There will certainly be no wealth," Jonas said matter-of-factly. "Let's go and find the goat Assembly's wizards." Jonas said excitedly, "Good. Killing a great wizard is almost enough for me to make up for the loss this time." The contribution of a great wizard was enough to make up for the losses of the Grey Orders of Chivalry. The two immediately led the elite Earth Knight to search the castle. When they encountered the angry Orders of Chivalry Knight, they immediately surrounded them and slashed them. The castle was full of the smell of blood, and the blood almost flooded every floor. From the third floor to the first floor, they did not find the goat Assembly's wizards. Just as Lys frowned, Paris's voice came to his ear. "Lord Baron, follow me." Lys immediately led the knight and followed the invisible Paris. Others could not see Paris, but he could. Under Paris's lead, they quickly came to the depths of the castle. This was an ordinary warehouse, but on one wall of the warehouse hung a huge goat logo, which seemed to be faintly glowing. List used the Sky Cutter sword to pick up the curtain-like logo and saw a flashing magic formation behind it. Behind the magic array was a pitch-black tunnel that extended underground. List, these magicians from the goat gathering must have escaped through this tunnel. Eunice frowned and threw a chair over. Patter. When the chair came into contact with the threads of light that formed the magic array, it shattered into pieces. List, on the other hand, knocked on the wall where the magic circle was and heard the sound of metal clanking. It's a wall made of metal. Unless we destroy the castle, it will be very difficult to remove the magic circle. Judging from the strength of its magic power, it won't be broken in a short time. This is troublesome. Let's try attacking first. List was unwilling to give up. If they could really capture a few great magicians, it would definitely be a huge achievement. But in the next moment, he changed his mind. With a loud rumble, the castle swayed as if it would collapse at any moment. Following that, the Marquis Bull's furious roar rang out. A bunch of ants! How dare you destroy my castle? You must be tired of living. Scram! Ramirez, you damned worm. Wait a few more minutes, and I guarantee that you will become a corpse to feed your damned worms. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The castle continued to shake. Marquis Bull had found an opportunity to charge in, fending off the attacks of the Sky Knight while slaughtering the Earth Knight. Paris quickly returned after investigating the situation and anxiously said to List, Lord Baron, Marquis Bull has charged in. He looked at the stable magic array unwillingly, waved his hand, and ordered, Let's move quickly and leave the castle. Marquis Bull has already charged back. It's too dangerous to stay here. Thinking of the scene of Marquis Bull fighting a group of Sky Knight alone, the Earth Knight could not help but feel a chill down their backs. They quietly followed List to find the exit and quietly left Juniper Castle. At this time, there was still a large number of orders of chivalry surrounding Juniper Castle. They wanted to charge into the castle, but they did not have the opportunity. List returned to the black orders of chivalry that he had left outside, mounted his chocobo Loki, and hurriedly went to look for Levis and Meopel. He did not see the two, so he had the two knight followers enter the castle to look for them. Bring them out. Marquis Bull is extremely dangerous. They are courting death by staying inside. Understood, Baron List. After doing all this, List let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that he had done his best and could no longer affect the outcome of the battle. Let's see if these marquises and earls can defeat Lich Andy. I hope the earls can come out unscathed. In any case, Lee William was his greatest backer. Rumble, thump thump. Juniper Castle was already riddled with holes. The battle between the Sky Knight and the Lich Andy was still ongoing. As the heavily injured Sky Knights were carried out of the castle, the Marquis Bull's angry roars gradually became subdued. But soon, he let out another loud roar. It pierced everyone's eardrums. No, my son, Arthas. The Marquis Bull roared as it rushed out of the window. The black armor on its tall body was already in tatters. Every crack in the armor was emitting blue flames, but the flames were much dimmer than before. It was impossible to guess whether the flames were his body or a manifestation of magic power. I will remember every one of you. He turned around and brandished his sword. A blue shockwave burst forth from his sword, repelling the pursuing Sky Knight. His other hand was carrying a person. From the looks of it, it was his son, the Hurricane Swordmaster Arthas Sapphire. His body was drooping, no longer breathing. Foolish traitor Andy, you will embrace death just like Arthas. There were two obvious wounds on the eldest prince's body, but he was still full of fighting spirit. You don't even have the right to go to the banished land. Rumble. Another few Sky Knights rested and flew up into the sky. They then descended from the sky to attack the Marquis Bull, who was being held back. The Marquis Bull panted and roared. When I completely grasped the power of the Sapphire Dragon, No one below the Dragon Knight level will be able to stop me. When that time comes, I will reap your heads." Then, he leaped high into the sky and sped away. He was ready to escape. His speed was like a bolt of lightning, far exceeding the speed of all the Sky Knights. He only left behind one sentence: "I will be back. The Marquis Bull has escaped." List heaved a sigh of relief. If the Lich Andy could not find his phylactery, it would be very difficult to kill him. He might even risk his life to severely injure most of the Sky Knights. Now that he had escaped, he would not be a threat for the time being. Chapter 398. Cough, cough. The smoke and dust dispersed. Marquis Bull coughed weakly and could not get up. The Sky Knight formed a circle and surrounded him. But everyone's focus was no longer on Marquis Bull, but on the edge of the dark clouds in the northwest. There, a flying creature that looked like a bird and a bat was leisurely flying over. Judging from its flight trajectory and silhouette, many people's hearts were pounding, including List. It's a dragon," Levis exclaimed. The flying creature did indeed have a dragon-like silhouette. It was similar to the invisible dragon that List had seen before. "Dragon," someone suddenly shouted. This was followed by bursts of cheers. "It's a dragon. The Sapphire Dragon. The Grand Duke is finally here. The dragon is still alive." The eldest prince, who surrounded Marquis Bull, laughed. "The Sapphire Dragon, the authority of the Sapphire family, it's still alive. Andy the traitor, your end is here." "No, cough, cough. How could it be my power is fading? How could the Sapphire Dragon be still alive?" Marquis Bull's terrified words were intermittent. The blue flames on his body seemed to be blown away by the wind, dissipating in the direction of the dragon. The second prince lifted his mask, looking crazy. "It's Lord Father." "Ha! Lord Father is riding the Sapphire Dragon." He suddenly raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Marquis Bull. "Today, I will take back all the humiliation you imposed on me." "Ha! Impossible, impossible, impossible." Marquis Bull did not look at the second prince. His eyes, which were burning with blue flames, stared at the flying creature that was getting bigger and bigger. "Familiar magic. It's really it. Impossible. Why is the Sapphire Dragon not dead?" Following his line of sight, everyone raised their heads and looked at the Sapphire Dragon, which had completely revealed itself. But unlike the Sapphire Dragon in their imagination, the Sapphire Dragon was now ferocious. Large pieces of skin and flesh had decayed, and the flesh had turned outwards from the decayed wounds. In some places, the bones were even visible. A pale blue light was released on the exposed bones, adding a lot of horror to the Sapphire Dragon. If the dragon did not have 2 wings, it had 4 legs. It had 4 legs, 2 shorter front legs, and 2 thicker back legs. However, not only was the Sapphire Dragon festering all over, but one of its 4 legs was also broken, and the other hind leg was only left with bones that glowed blue. The waving wings that covered the sky were even more tattered. The membranes of the wings were filled with holes of various sizes, like linen clothes that had decayed for many years. Although it also had dragon scales with a crystalline luster similar to those of the elves, and the blue color was very obvious. As if it was made of jade, it was still the ugliest dragon that List had ever seen. It looks like it was splashed with sulfuric acid. How did it become like this? List swallowed a mouthful of saliva, goosebumps rising all over his body, just like when he first saw the invisible dragon. Dosen's dog hair stood up, and Loki's feathers stood on end. The surrounding orders of chivalry's horses became irritable, and if it were not for the knight pulling them, they would definitely turn around and run. Unlike the magic outline of the dragon he saw last time, this time Liz saw a real dragon, the Sapphire Dragon that suppressed the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Levis described to me that the Sapphire Dragon is a magical and incredible creature that combines beauty and power. However, the Sapphire Dragon in front of him was a completely disfigured dragon. Was it caused by the Marquis Bull's sneak attack? Or did something happen when the Sapphire Grand Duke was treating it? Doubts swirled in his mind. The next moment, The sapphire dragon, wrapped in a strong wind, descended from the sky and landed in the open space left after the sky night dispersed, facing the marquee bull lying on the ground. The dragon landed on both feet and supported its body. It was about 4 stories high, and its wingspan was probably more than 50 meters. After shrinking, it was still the size of a building. It was many times larger than the invisible dragon that List had seen, and its dragon's might was also many times stronger. It was so oppressive that List had the illusion of suffocation. He endured the discomfort, cast magic eyes, and observed the sapphire dragon in another way. There was a vigorous blue light in its body, but it was not water magic. The magic had huge broken sections on the surface of its body, and each broken section corresponded to a rotten part. It was supposed to be a beautiful treasure, but because of these broken sections, its aura was messy. It aimed at the frightened marquee bull on the ground, opened its mouth, and made to bite down. List could clearly see the same blue light in the marquee bull's body. These lights were visible to the naked eye, and they quickly converged on the sapphire dragon, repairing the broken sections of magic in its body. Just as the sapphire dragon was about to bite the marquee bull, a majestic voice sounded, "Sapphire, be patient." The next moment, the sapphire dragon stopped its big mouth and roared unwillingly. It was as if there was thunder in the sky, and there was a faint elephant's roar. It was a strange but powerful cry. Bang! A figure jumped down from the connection between the sapphire dragon's neck and back and landed on the ground. He was wearing silver-white armor, a blue cloak, and flaxen hair. He was neither tall nor short, and he did not wear a helmet. His face could be seen, and it was very ordinary. List only looked at him a little and felt a pressure similar to that of the sapphire dragon coming from him. It turned into a pair of big hands, strangling his throat, and gave him the illusion of suffocation again. Whoosh! List forced his chi to dispel this uncomfortable feeling. At the same time, under the leadership of the eldest prince, all the Sky Knights had knelt on one knee and shouted, "Grand Duke!" Immediately after, the Earth Knights, including List, also knelt on one knee. Grand Duke! In the entire battlefield, the only human standing was Sapphire Grand Duke. He nodded lightly, and a faint smile hung on his face. "Everyone rise. It seems that I came at the right time. You have successfully vented my anger." When the knight stood up, he looked at the dazed marquee bull, who seemed to be unable to accept reality. His smile disappeared, and he became calm. "Andy, my most trusted companion, comrade, and relative, I never thought that one day we would meet in such a way. Why is the sapphire dragon not dead?" Marquis Bull asked in a daze. Shaking his head, Sapphire Grand Duke did not speak. He just walked straight to Marquis Bull and then squatted in front of him. He seemed to sigh slightly. He stretched out his left hand and suddenly opened it. His fingertips suddenly turned into beast-like nails, and he stabbed them into Marquis Bull's chest. "Ah!" Marquis Bull screamed. Sapphire Grand Duke was unmoved. He pulled with all his strength, and a blue gem about the size of a fist was pulled out from his chest. His hand returned to normal. Chapter 399. The Marquis Bull was tied up with metal handcuffs and shackles. After the Sapphire Grand Duke took out the blue gem from his chest, his body quickly shriveled, and his armor could hardly be worn. The blue flames also gradually disappeared, turning into a pale green light that emerged from the gaps in the armor, just like the Kurdish truth that List had seen before. This is probably the true face of a lich. The pale green soul light and the blue flames of the Marquis Bull before are the blessings of the Sapphire Dragon. List glanced at the dispirited lich Andy and no longer paid attention to it. He cast magic eyes and repeatedly observed the rotting Sapphire Dragon, not missing any details of its body from head to tail from outside to inside. The Grand Duke quickly stuffed the blue gem into the Sapphire Dragon's mouth. The Sapphire Dragon opened its mouth and sucked, and the blue gem disappeared into its stomach. Then, its blue eyes continued to stare at the Marquis Bull. To be precise, It stared at the Marquis Bull's greatsword that was emitting blue flames on the ground. The blue flames on the greatsword had been extinguished, revealing the white blade. A knight picked up the greatsword and handed it to the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke stroked the blade. The sapphire dragon became inexplicably irritable, and its broken foreleg trembled violently. The next moment, the Grand Duke had already handed the greatsword to the sapphire dragon's mouth. The sapphire dragon inhaled and swallowed the great sword into its stomach. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's roar. It suddenly spread its wings and stomped on the ground, setting off a gust of wind and leaped into the sky. It flew into the distance without looking back. The dark clouds in the sky had long dispersed, and the sun shone on its broken body, blooming a brilliant sapphire blue. It turned into a blue dot and eventually disappeared into the sky. From its appearance to its departure, it took no more than 5 minutes, but its figure was firmly engraved in the hearts of all the night, making every night's blood boil. Riding a dragon was definitely a life achievement that all Night dreamed of. Most Night might not see the existence of a dragon in their lifetime. Now, more than 10,000 Night were lucky to have almost zero contact with the only known dragon in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. The Archduke did not say any pleasantries. After sending off the Sapphire Dragon, he went straight to the ruined Fort Juniper and gathered his followers to discuss the aftermath of the war. As for the others, they were resting, setting up camp, and cleaning up the battlefield. As a lesser lord, List naturally didn't have to be busy. He gathered with Levis, Eunice, and Trick and chatted about the Sapphire Dragon. Levis had seen the Sapphire Dragon, so he could distinguish the changes in the Sapphire Dragon. This is very different from the Sapphire Dragon I saw on Blue Dragon Island. At that time, the Sapphire Dragon was covered in exquisite scales, like an oversized sapphire. I don't know what it experienced to make it look like this. Although it's still very majestic, it looks strange. It must have been Marquis Bull's assassination that seriously injured and disfigured the Sapphire Dragon, said List. Did you notice the relationship between the Grand Duke and the Sapphire Dragon? Are you talking about the dragon's might? Trick keenly observed this. The Sapphire Dragon is gone, but the dragon's might is still irritating my skin. The Grand Duke also has the dragon's might. Then, the three did not continue this topic. This was not the right occasion to discuss the master of this country. The topic quickly shifted to the war. There was a hint of regret in Eunice's tone. It's a pity that I couldn't kill a great wizard. My achievements are not enough to make up for the losses of the Grey Orders of Chivalry. But we completed the order to besiege Ironhoof Island, and the Grand Duke's dragon is alive and well. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire will soon recover its prosperity. In the future, the Earl will lead us to continue to expand the continent. Trick comforted. The Earl and Lord Masuro followed the Crown Prince to attack together. This achievement may be far beyond imagination. Marquis Bull made a shocking appearance and used the news of the Sapphire Dragon's death to sway the besieging knight. Masuro was the first to follow the Crown Prince to attack, and Lee William was the second. It turned out that their gamble was successful. This unhesitating loyalty was comparable to a glorious victory in battle. Eunice suddenly said excitedly, "Do you think the Earl will be promoted to the new Marquis of the country because of this war?" Trick pondered. Levis rubbed his palms and began to worry about the gains and losses. This should be unlikely, right? List glanced at his brother and felt that he was a little arrogant. He could not help but interrupt his fantasy. Indeed, it is impossible. Marquis Bull is just a marquis. All the nobles in the country participated in the attack. First, there were no resources created, and second, there was no expansion of the territory. How could he be given the title of marquis? The old marquis had followed the previous Grand Dukes to the continent to plunder a large number of resources to support the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Now it was just a domestic rebellion. Unless Lee William alone led the Orders of Chivalry to destroy the Ironhoof Island, there would be no merit at all. After analyzing the reality, he gave Levis a little hope. But Lord Father has definitely become a strong competitor for the title of Marquis in the eyes of the Grand Duke and the Crown Prince. As long as you make enough contributions, the title of Marquis will come naturally. There was no reason for the Lord to suppress such a loyal follower. Under the same conditions, Lee William would definitely be better. For the Lord, sometimes the loyalty of a follower was more important than strength. Suppressing the greed that he should not have, Levis's mind became clear again. He could not help but say to List, "In any case, after you go back, you should be the new Viscount." Trick and Eunice both nodded. List's contributions were obvious. In the Battle of Oxhair City, it was thanks to Dosun's help in attacking the city and helping Lee William to kill Count Snade. In the Battle of Oxbine City, he got some heads, but in the Battle of Oxbine City, he also got some heads, but his contribution was not big. In the Battle of Oxtendon City, which was also the Battle of Castle Juniper, he played a very important role. The hole in the wall of Juniper Castle was destroyed by Dosun, and the Crown Prince personally recognized this contribution. Colluding with the Orders of Chivalry to attack the city was List's suggestion. Not only did he make a contribution, but he also proved his loyalty. Not everyone had the courage to go against the Marquis Bull who had become a lich. The only pity was that he did not break the magic array and kill a few great sorcerers. Now that the battle was over, no one knew who would catch the escaping great sorcerers. In short, the title of Viscount was basically in List's pocket. Suddenly, Levis thought of a question. If the Crown Prince remembers you, it is likely that he will directly recruit you as his follower. List, will you accept the Crown Prince's enfeoffment? It was difficult for followers like Eunice and Trick to change their allegiance. But in the case of List, who was the second son of the direct bloodline of the Lord, it was easy to change allegiance, and the family would also support this behavior. List shook his head. I intend to choose a deserted island near Coral Island as my territory. Are there any deserted islands near Coral Island? Levis curiously asked. We are already in the northeasternmost corner of the Grand Duchy. Father said that he had searched for a long time before finding a suitable Earl fief. Except for Viscount Trigsbeer Island, no new islands were found. There will always be the Azure Wave Sea is so big. Chapter 400. The meeting in Fort Juniper lasted for 2 days. During these 2 days, the knight of each fief left one after another. The knight of Coral Island also left Fort Juniper on July 12th, following the Count's orders. Levis, lead the Orders of Chivalry back to Oxhorn City first and rendezvous with the family's fleet. Once the meeting is over, I will directly head for Oxhorn City. Yes, Sir Father. After the Count left the Orders of Chivalry and returned to Fort Juniper, List chased after him and asked, Father, it shouldn't be a problem for me to search for a few craftsmen in the cities along the way and take them away, right? The Grand Duke's Orders of Chivalry have already taken over the major cities. Therefore, don't do that. Now that we are discussing military exploits, it is best to abide by the rules. It is not worth it to destroy the glory that should belong to you because of some trivial matters. The Count said, your title of Viscount can be determined in this battle. This is the most important thing. In theory, Lee William had the status of a fief count and could enfeoff anyone as a Viscount. But in fact, he only had the right to divide his own fief, as well as the right to propose and trade with new fiefs. According to the official definition, if he divided a piece of land on Coral Island for his followers to be enfeoffed, the court would not interfere in the slightest, even if it was 10 Viscounts, as long as there was land to divide. However, Coral Island was only so big. A lot of land had already been divided to accommodate 2 Viscounts. If another city was divided, it would shake the finances of Tulip Castle. At this time, it was necessary to trade new fiefs from the Grand Duchy to enfeoff followers. The reward required for the trade was military exploits. The court had the right to inspect and review the enfeoffed knight. If the enfeoffed knight did not meet the enfeoffment conditions determined by the court, then the court had the right to refuse the trade of the new fief. The military exploits of the followers would be stored in the form of material rewards or accumulated military exploits. Then, The military exploits would be redeemed in a suitable way. Lee William had not increased the size of his fief for many years and had redeemed his military exploits in the form of material rewards because the trade requirements for new fiefs were very high. Unless he could accumulate enough military exploits to be promoted to Marquis and obtain a larger island as a fief, exchanging military exploits for a new island was not only not worthwhile, but also meaningless. Do I have enough battle credits? That's enough. The first prince is very satisfied with the performance of the Taro family and the Tulip family. He said a lot of good things and mentioned you. If you are willing, you can even become the eldest prince's follower. However, I know that you are developing a new island, Lee William revealed. He already knew about List's development of Black Horse Island. List nodded and did not deny it. I want Black Horse Island as a fief. The island covers an area of about 2,000 square kilometers, about the size of a small city. Black Horse Island, it will be realized soon. By the way, Sir Father, can I keep the flower town for a long time? It is just a small town. I can pay the family a bit more as a long-term lease. William Lee thought for a while and said, "Sure, we can talk about this later. I have to go to the meeting now." Waiting for the Count to leave, List was still thinking about his own enfeefment. He has studied the knight enfeefment system. In this world dominated by the knight, the enfeefment system of various countries is essentially similar. In academic terms, it is inherited from the enfeefment system of the Moon Empire. The Lord has independent ownership of the territory, but there are many differences in form. The enfeefment system of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire and the suzerain of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom is different. The Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom is a feudal form of superimposed fiefs, while the Grand Duchy of Sapphire is a feudal form of island replacement. Superimposed fiefs. This refers to the fact that territories can be obtained continuously and superimposed together. For example, a knight, after becoming a Lord Knight, gets a small village fief and then makes military contributions, is promoted to Baron, and gets a small town fief. Then his title is Baron of a town and Lord Knight of a village, with 2 independent territories. In this way, his eldest son can inherit the title of Baron of a town, and his second son may inherit the title of Lord Knight of a village. Of course, most of the time, the eldest son gets all the titles and the second son goes to war, writes novels, plays the piano, and fawns over aristocratic ladies. The tragedy of the second son is probably the reason why the aristocratic monogamy system can be implemented. Too many wives means more second sons, and the imbalance of enfeefment will exacerbate the contradiction, leading to the collapse of the knight system. Island replacement. This is a special feudal system of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, which means that the aristocracy can only own one island or one city, and the territory cannot be superimposed. For example, a knight, after becoming a Lord Knight, gets a small village fief and then makes military contributions, is promoted to Baron, and gets a small town fief. Then he can only choose a small town as the fief, give up the original small village fief, and retain the highest title of Baron of a town. However, there is a considerate strategy to ensure that the interests of the territory will not be harmed. The original territory can be reserved for 3 to 5 years of harvesting, which is used to transfer the elves, population, and other wealth of the territory. When the Tulip family was still surnamed Tile, List's grandfather Greg Tile was a Viscount of Tahiti City on an island near the Blue Dragon Island. After Lee William inherited the Viscount title, he made a meritorious deed and became Count. He chose the Coral Island, and by paying taxes, reserved the Tahiti City for 3 years of harvesting. After the family's property was transferred, the Tahiti City was taken back by the court 3 years later. The reason why this system is adopted is that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire belongs to an archipelago state. There are many islands, few land, and shipping is difficult. If the aristocracy wants to communicate with the 2 fiefs in the north and south of the country, they would have to spend a lot of resources on the voyage. Therefore, they might as well focus on one island. Thus, the island replacement system was born. However, the system is dead, while people are alive. List wants to rent the flower town for a long time. As long as he pays the money, he believes that William and Levis have no reason to disagree. After all, they're a family. The Flower Town is the start of my career. Most of the rewards of the smoke missions also originate from the Flower Town. It might have a special meaning, so I am reluctant to give it up. The Flower Town is the land of prosperity for him. Although this world does not pay particular attention to the land of prosperity for dragons, but Liszt is still more or less influenced by geomancy and has a bit of a liking for the land of prosperity for dragons. Even without the land of prosperity for dragons, the Flower Town still has most of the fruits of his hard work, so it is difficult to immediately give it up. Most importantly, the invisible dragon has visited the town. This is one of the clues to the dragon. Perhaps one day, the invisible dragon will visit the town again. Then, Liszt will be able to get in touch with it, strive to ride it one day, and become a dragon knight. Isn't that wonderful? On June 11th, he landed on the Iron Hoof Islands, Oxhorn City, and on July 14th, he returned to the Oxhorn City. The month-long campaign on the Iron Hoof Island was finally over. Liszt can relax on his bed and enjoy the peace after the war. Chapter 401. Oxhorn City at night. Heavy rain poured down, mixed with the howling of the wind. Unable to go out, Liszt hid in his room and took inventory of his harvest. Food, minerals, and other spoils of war could not be divided privately. He also did not bring many gold and silver coins. Only in the vicinity of Oxhare City, he had Marcus find 7 craftsmen and secretly send them to the ship. He called out the smoke mission, which was still in the same serpentines. Mission: search for orders of chivalry and goat assembly in progress. Perhaps this is the end of Marquis Ox, but no one knows the final outcome. Please wait patiently for the end of the war. Reward: unknown reward. Perhaps he would have to wait until he returned to the Flower Town to complete the mission. The spoils of war he had obtained so far were all found in Juniper Castle's study and bedroom. The pink gem inlaid on the neck of the Duchess's portrait in the bedroom was probably derived from the pink gem dragon. Liszt fumbled around and concluded that the pink gem's property was to increase spirit power. So far, he had obtained 4 gems. The red blood sword was inlaid with a ruby, which could increase the effect of chi. The Sky Cutter greatsword was inlaid with a sapphire, which could increase strength. The sapphire ring he swindled from Curtis Truth, which, in addition to increasing strength, could also increase a wizard's casting effect. Finally, there was the pink gem that could increase spirit power. Gem dragons are dragons that specialize magic power and solidify it in the form of gems, which is equivalent to a magic power converter. Liszt defined gem dragons as such. In his understanding, dragons could be regarded as magic power converters. Metal dragons were matter converters, which converted magic power into metal. Elemental dragons were permanent converters, which converted temporary magic power properties into permanent properties. Gem dragons were nature converters, which converted ordinary magic power into special magic power and formed gems. As for sacred dragons, it was hard to say. Of course, it was just a superficial understanding. His understanding of dragons was still very little. The great wizards of Goat Assembly should know a lot. Unfortunately, he had not been able to capture a great wizard, nor had he obtained their books and experimental notes. He tossed the pink gem. Liszt felt that it was undoubtedly an important spoil. It could be used to forge gem equipment, which could increase his spirit power and better control the operation of chi. It could also be given to magicians to use, as magicians required a lot of mental strength. Maybe a chi will like it, except for pink ruby. He also took out a set of silver knight armor. The armor hanging on the wall of the study looked like it was made of mithril. The feel and texture of the armor were exactly the same as the mithril armor he found in the basement of the unnamed castle in Main City. After a while, he announced helplessly, "This is really just a set of mithril armor. There's nothing special about it. Marquis Bull, do you have nothing better to do? Why would you hang a normal mithril armor in your study?" This mithril armor was worth 7 or 8 sets of steel armor. Worthless. Even if I don't get a good set of magic equipment, I would need at least 7 or 8 gems embedded in it to match my status as a marquis. List was disappointed. Unwilling to give up, he continued to search for the equipment, and soon he found the reason why the armor was hanging up. On the back shoulder of the armor, there was a small line of serpentines engraved. Iron Knight Andre Sapphire, completed in the autumn of the year 149, the first set of mithril armor given to Lord Grandfather. This is the first set of mithril armor made by the grandson of Marquis Bull. List pondered for a moment. This line of text revealed Andre's talent. According to the information I know, the grandson of Marquis Bull seems to be only 15 years old this year. 3 years ago, he was only 12 years old, and he was able to forge a mithril armor. The Iron Knight was equivalent to the blacksmith of a knight, and its status was not very high. But for a 12-year-old child to be able to forge iron so well, one could imagine how powerful his talent in the area of chi training was. This Andre, as long as he has enough resources, he might be able to become a Sky Knight before the age of 16. He has the aptitude to ride a dragon. List was very good at thinking. He thought of some kingdoms that had a special knight system, the Dragon Knight grooming program. Not everyone in the royal family had the talent to ride a dragon, and most of them had ordinary talent. Therefore, the kingdoms would choose some youngsters with the talent to ride a dragon to groom them, helping them ride a dragon and becoming a powerful barrier for the kingdom. One of the conditions was that one had to become a Sky Knight before the age of 16. These dragon knights would serve the kingdom, and after their death, they would return the dragon to the kingdom. As for how the Dragon Knight would be willing to return the dragon, it was unknown. They would probably sign some contract that involved the soul. Maybe Marquis Bull has already sent his grandson to some kingdom to be groomed as a Dragon Knight. Using all the wealth of the Bull family, he might really be able to take a gamble and groom a Dragon Knight descendant. Maybe in Marquis Bull's mind, he would be able to watch his grandson become a Dragon Knight if he became a lich and became immortal. Even the dragon slaying program was one of the conditions for a certain kingdom to agree to let his grandson become a Dragon Knight. The more List thought about it, the more his imagination ran wild. He even imagined a conspiracy. A certain kingdom, let's say the Eagle Kingdom, in order to deal with the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, sent people to revive the goat gathering and get in touch with Marquis Bull. Using the lich as bait, they enticed Marquis Bull to slay a dragon, and then promised him the benefits of training his grandson to become a Dragon Knight. Thus, Marquis Bull staked everything on a single throw and decided to slay a dragon. Many things happen now, but very soon, he rejected this idea of a conspiracy. This conspiracy started at least 30 years ago. At that time, Marquis Bull's grandson wasn't even born yet. It could be written in Dragon's Battle in the Wild. I believe it will be fascinating and add a sense of historical gravity. He shook his head. He no longer bothered about where Andre had gone. I'll find a chance to erase this serpentine and use it as an ordinary mithril armor. He put away the armor. All that was left were the books he found in the study. The first book, A Night in the Piano Room with Miss Havana. The title felt a bit ambiguous, but he still read it seriously. Then, he was speechless. This was simply a pornographic book, and it was the kind of crude description without any plot. The main character was a down-and-out knight without a noble title. He only knew how to play the piano. He was then hired to teach the daughter of a count how to play the piano. Just because he played the piano well, he and Miss Havana had sex in the piano room. They repeated the actions over and over again. This was a novel of about 30,000 words. Marquis Bull actually likes this. List thought for a moment, then found a small hole and cut open the cover. There were no secret techniques hidden inside. Chapter 402. There were a total of 17 books. 16 of them were the same type of pornographic books as A Night in the Piano Room with Miss Havana. The covers of each book were cut open, but there were still no chi secret skills. I didn't expect Marquis Bull to be such a person. List pulled a long face and pinned all his hopes on the last book. The book had no title, its cover was yellow, and there was only a circular pattern drawn on it. The circular pattern was outlined with black lines and divided into 3 circles: inner, outer, and middle. The inner circle was divided into the shape of a meter. The top of each line extended into a symbol and connected together to form the circle of the inner circle. According to List's experience, the 8 symbols represented the 8 magic attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, ice, and darkness. This was a book related to magic, possibly a magic book. The middle circle was very simple. It was just a wedge symbol arranged one after another to form a circle. The wedge symbols were repetitive and non-repetitive, unlike any other language. Therefore, List could not understand what it meant. The outer circle was very interesting and quite complicated. The dragons were connected together in a twisted manner, forming a large circle. The entire circular pattern was handwritten in ink, but it was very detailed and precise. In particular, the circle was very round. It could be seen that the person who drew the circular pattern, or the person who wrote the book, was definitely a wizard. Only a wizard would have the patience and energy to study all kinds of strange symbols. List turned the page. On the title page was an article. However, it was not the serpentines that List was familiar with, but the wind language. The serpentines were intertwined with snake-like lines, while the wind language was a kind of continuously curling, closed lines. The Flower Town had long carried out wind language teaching, and now List could read the wind language on a basic level. The title of the article on the title page was Your Highness Alonso Xianxia. Alonso Xianxia? List raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this name, let alone know which aristocratic surname Xianxia belonged to. However, the title, Your Highness, was exclusive to the sons of the royal family and dukes. It is not the surname of the Eagle Kingdom's royal family. It should be a prince of a vassal state of the Eagle Kingdom. Without dwelling on the surname, he continued reading. When I looked up at the starry sky, what appeared to my mind was the words of the great Kawasi Truth Mage. Don't lower your head to look at the ants, look up to the dragons. Even a child can conquer the ants, and conquering the dragons means that you have transcended the mortal world. Mages are unable to combine with dragons and obtain their magical powers, but conquering dragons has always been our wish. In the distant era of the Moon Empire, the great ancient magic shooters slaughtered 8 elemental dragons and used their blood to carve the Dragon Coil magic circle in an attempt to explore the truth of the world. Every sorcerer's heart was stirred by the surging experiment. Every time I think of such a magnificent and incredible act, I feel that it is only natural for human beings to rule the world. Indeed, now it is the knight who has taken over the magician's authority to rule the world. Your Highness, you are a talented knight. However, other than the Dragon Knight, the ones who know the most about dragons are us magicians. I once worked in the Wizard Tower of the Great Lafayette Truth and saw a vast number of books about dragons. I have read a lot of books about dragons and have also studied the earth dragons of the Hungduan Mountains up close. This incredible creature is worthy of being the embodiment of the essence of magic. Other than elves, no other creature can resonate with them. So, please allow me to explain to you the progress of the Silver Moon Gathering's research on dragons. I hope it will be beneficial for you to become a Dragon Knight, Seth Truth. That was all the content of the title page. To be precise, this was a letter written in a book. In the subsequent pages of the book, this mage named Seth Truth recorded a large amount of the research work of the Silver Moon Gathering, all of which revolved around dragons. And it was obvious that this mage had a strong textual organization. All the records were divided into 4 large chapters. The first chapter was about the research on the habitat of dragons. It recorded some rumors about the birth of dragons, as well as stories about the Dragon Knight riding dragons and the Dragon Slayer warriors slaying dragons. It was more varied and mostly unconfirmed rumors. Other than the dragons raised by the kingdom, how the Dragon Knight discovered dragons in the wild was still a mystery. The second chapter was about the research on the diet of dragons. According to different types of dragons, it recorded what each type of dragon liked to eat, how the food was turned into minerals and excreted, how different foods affected the minerals excreted by dragons, as well as the habits and frequency of excretion of dragons. The third chapter was about the production of dragons, how draconic aura, dragon breath, dragon scales, dragon feces, dragon saliva, and so on were transformed into metals and gems. There was not much data recorded in the above 3 chapters. Most of it was guesses and excerpt from the research notes of various countries and generations of mages. The 4th chapter was about the bloodline infection of dragons. This chapter had the most content. It recorded 4 types of high-level dragons, 7 types of mid-level dragons, 26 types of low-level dragons, and more than 50 types of dragon-type wild beasts. Only the research records of the super dragon species in World of Warcraft were lacking. The mages of the Silver Moon Gathering expressed doubts about the existence of the dragon. Dragons, also known as wyverns. The super dragon species in World of Warcraft, also known as dragons. High-level, mid-level, low-level dragons in World of Warcraft, also known as dragons. There were also dragon-type wild beasts. The book put forward a very interesting point of view about the levels that formed the bloodline of dragons. The mages of the Silver Moon Gathering believed that the reason why dragons infected wild beasts in World of Warcraft was actually equivalent to the desire to reproduce. Dragons had no gender. When they were excited, they would release the magic in their bloodline, infecting wild beasts in World of Warcraft and forming a dragon species. So that's how dragons and dragon-type wild beasts came about. Sexless dragons rely on the degree of excitement to determine whether they are willing to infect wild beasts. List thought of the few dragon-type cows on the dairy farm. So the delicious beef that the invisible dragon ate, coupled with the irresistible smell of smoked grass, made it excited. So it released the magic in its bloodline and infected the cows on the dairy farm. He thought this explanation was more reasonable. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why dragons appeared everywhere and dragon-type wild beasts and dragons were very rare. There must be specific conditions for bloodline infection, and emotional excitement was one of the possible conditions. He closed the book. List solemnly put the book away. Although it was not the Chi's secret skills, or the Dragon Slayer Codex that he had imagined, or even the magic-stealing experiments, it was still instructive, allowing List to further understand dragons. Amidst the heavy rain, the Count smoothly arrived at Oxhorn City. After a night's rest, on the morning of July 16th, the heavy rain turned into light rain, and the Coral Island fleet began to return. Chapter 403. It took 4 days to sail from Iron Hoof Island to Coral Island, which was enough time for the Knights of Coral Island to distribute the merits. List was also distributing his orders of chivalry's merits. According to the principle of more work, more pay, he was the one who made the most contributions in this battle. Even the Count thought that List's merits were about to catch up with his. Unsurprisingly, the Count was the one who made the most contributions every time Coral Island participated in the battle. It was not only because of his strength, but also because of his status as a lord. The Grand Duke presides over the merit conference. In principle, the distribution of supplies is the main focus, and the title of nobility is minimized. Because the first prince spoke up for you, you were able to get the title of Viscount and become the only noble to be promoted to Viscount in this battle. List was a little surprised. Am I the only one? It felt a little too high profile, but he enjoyed the thrill of being the most outstanding person in the world. Many of the Sky Knights have performed more meritorious deeds than you, but they are already marquises, earls, or viscounts. It's impossible for you to be promoted from Viscount to Earl with your military achievements in this battle. Among the barons, you have performed the most meritorious deeds, so it's natural for you to be promoted to Viscount. So, Father, what price do I have to pay? After you get the title of Viscount, you have almost no share in the distribution of supplies, so you need to subsidize the knights who fought with you. I understand. List nodded. It was a matter of course. The title of Viscount belonged to the middle aristocratic sequence, which was an identity that could not be exchanged for any number of gold coins. An island or city that belonged entirely to him was definitely the foundation of his family for hundreds of years. In other words, he had to compensate the knights for their meritorious deeds. The subsequent calculation of the merit compensation made him breathe a sigh of relief, because no matter how he looked at it, he accounted for most of the merit. Without Dosin, the Black Orders of Chivalry would never have made brilliant contributions, so the compensation standard was not high. It adds up to about 6,000 gold coins. Excluding the spoils that have been privately distributed, I will probably have to add 4,000 gold coins. 4,000 gold coins are within the acceptable range, which is only half a year's revenue share of the flower brew. In reality, the swift shadow bow he had obtained was already worth around 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. In short, although he had not obtained the right to plunder the spoils of war, he had obtained the title of Viscount, which was enough to satisfy him. Then, he thought, if I become a Viscount, will any of my followers be promoted? He thought about it. It seemed that no one had made outstanding achievements, and this was only the first time they participated in a battle, so it was not advisable for them to advance too quickly. At most, he would list Marcus Wheel and Charles Pitfall as targets for observation, waiting for their next performance in battle. However, when he thought of the fact that his followers would be given land for meritorious deeds, there was always a knot in his heart. In fiefment system, I feel very good when I obtain the ownership of land, but I feel very unhappy when I have to give it to others. Should I change the structure of the enfeoffment system a little? With the size of Black Horse Island, under normal circumstances, it is more realistic to enfeoff 2 or 3 baron and a dozen lord knight. But he did not want to enfeoff any land at all. Perhaps I can refer to the ancient enfeoffment system of China, empty title and remote territory. Empty title, similar to the life knight of this world, but life knight cannot be hereditary. Empty title can be hereditary inheritance, no land, fief, and only enjoy the salary paid by the court. Remote territory, the court designates an area as a fief or designates a certain official position as an identity, but the person does not govern the fief, nor does he really perform the official position, but only in name. Whether it is empty title or remote territory, it gives enough honor, but in essence, there is no real enfeoffment, and all the land still belongs to the court. This system cannot be said to be very advanced, but in the feudal era, it had a very good effect on strengthening centralization and was conducive to national unity. Europe has always been fragmented, but China has always been unified, and it is not without institutional reasons. Soon he calmed down. Now is not the time to solve the enfeoffment system. I am just a small, noble, low-key development is the way to go. I will first adapt to the enfeoffment system. Maybe my followers will take the initiative to change the status quo when they see that the development of the territory is not satisfactory. List has the vision and mind of modern people, and with the help of the smoke mission, the land in his hands will definitely be of maximum value. In the hands of his followers, I am afraid that they will still return to the simple farming method of ordinary nobles. Once they are attacked by natural disasters, they may go bankrupt in an instant. If it were other lords and followers, this kind of enfeoffment would not be a problem, and everyone would live like this. But in Flower Town, on Black Horse Island, when the followers see that List's land is becoming more and more prosperous, they will certainly have a lot of ideas. When the time comes, I will guide them a little. I am afraid that without me mentioning it, the followers will take the initiative to integrate into the new system. Calculating the merits made sailing no longer boring. List discussed the merits with his knight followers almost every day to ensure that everyone's demands were satisfactorily addressed. At the same time, he would also get together with his father and brother, have a drink, and then discuss the direction of the family. The Grand Duke did not say what happened between him and the Sapphire Dragon, but the Sapphire Dragon has definitely changed, and the Grand Duke has also changed greatly. I don't know if he has become a Dragon Knight, or a Dragon Field Lord, or something else. His anger is far from subsiding. Lee William briefly explained the meeting in Juniper Castle for his two sons' reference. He continued, "The Grand Duke's purpose of clearing out Iron Hoof Island is very clear. He wants to take Iron Hoof Island into his hands. Then, with Iron Hoof Island as a reward, he will confer 3 marquises. Iron Hoof Island can barely accommodate 3 marquises. Iron Hoof Island, owned by Marquis Bull, was the second largest island after Blue Dragon Island. It was almost 3 times the size of the Taro family's Red Crab Island. If Red Crab Island could accommodate 1 marquis, then Iron Hoof Island could naturally accommodate 3 marquises. So, Father, you have a chance to fight for the title of Marquis." Levis's eyes were burning with excitement. 3 marquis candidates. The probability is very high. When the time comes, our Tulip family will be a marquis family. Not 3 candidates, but 5 candidates. Lee William was also very excited, but he didn't show it. Blue Dragon Island will also allocate 2 large cities and confer 2 marquises to join the Blue Blood Alliance. The marquises of the Blue Blood Alliance certainly didn't live as comfortably as the marquises of fiefs, but a marquis was a marquis, and the benefits they could obtain were far greater than that of count. Liszt wasn't tempted by the title of marquis. He frowned. So, the Grand Duke is preparing to launch an even more ferocious war? That's right. As long as the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom goes to war with the Eagle Kingdom, the Grand Duke will immediately issue an expansion order to actively expand resources and make up for the deficit brought by Marquis Bull. Militaristic. Can the Grand Duchy of Sapphire support such frequent wars with its national strength? Liszt said calmly, "In the Battle of Iron Hoof Island, the losses of the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry are not small, exceeding the losses of previous expansion orders. We need time to recover." Chapter 404. As the Grand Duchy of Sapphire started from the serf trade, apart from an initial group of followers, most of the commoners in the country and the knight born among the commoners actually originated from the serfs they had plundered and purchased. After generations of living, the descendants of these serfs had recognized the identity of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. However, in order to continue to consolidate the sense of identity, the successive Grand Dukes refused to accept prisoners of war. The loyalty and identity of the captured knight were obstacles. Moreover, there was a lack of knight in the country. Once the door was opened, a large number of prisoners of war would pour into the country, leading to a loss of national identity. Without a sense of identity, the country would no longer be a country, and an aristocratic rebellion could occur at any time. Just like the Coral Island where Liszt grew up, the number of Earth Knights was estimated to be just over 1,000. Every time the Earth Knight was mobilized, only 500 or 600 would be mobilized. In the campaign to encircle and suppress Iron Hoof Island, 700 Earth Knights were mobilized, which was already the limit. The number of Earth Knight casualties reached 200. In particular, more than half of the Grey Orders of Chivalry led by Viscount Jonas were killed. Fortunately, the Earth Knight had a tenacious vitality and could survive serious injuries. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. Once the door was opened for prisoners of war, it could be imagined how many foreign Earth Knights the Count would recruit in order to replenish the troops. The treatment of foreign Earth Knights would certainly be far inferior to that of local Earth Knights. As long as they could ensure that there would be no rebellion, recruiting foreign Earth Knights would soon become mainstream. When the Coral Island was flooded with foreign knights, it could be imagined that their thinking would rapidly change. The knight might continue to be loyal to the Tulip family, but they had no good impression of the Sapphire family that started the war. The sense of national identity would quickly fall. As one of the greater aristocrats, Lee William was not blind to this situation, but he still gladly accepted it. The reason was very simple. No matter how much national identity was lost, as long as his power as an aristocrat was not lost, it was fine. What was truly shaken was only the authority of the Sapphire family. Liszt could not help but ask, why would the Grand Duke make such a decision? That's because the Archduke doesn't care. He believes that he can suppress everything. This can be determined from the draconic, might emanating from his body. In fact, I have a guess that the Archduke might have already used Marquible's attempt to assassinate a dragon to complete the most important process of riding a dragon. The Count paused. He may have become a dragon knight, and he is not satisfied with the state of the country. Speaking of the dragon knight, the Count looked outside the cabin, a little lost in thought. Levis continued. Moreover, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire needs war to boost morale and warn the other countries not to think that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire has fallen. His father and brother's analysis made sense. Lis didn't say anything else, but he had a feeling that the Sapphire Grand Duke was drinking poison to quench his thirst. After returning to his room, he silently pondered for a moment. If the Grand Duke wants to boost morale, it won't do me any harm. On the contrary, I can take the opportunity to obtain more military merits and strengthen myself. If the Grand Duke drinks poison to quench his thirst, by the time the country collapses, I will probably have the power to protect myself and won't be affected. List even thought, if the country doesn't fall into chaos, how can I take advantage of the situation to rise? How can I snatch the Dragon Knight Chi's secret manual? On the morning of July 21st, after 4 days of drifting, the fleet returned to Coral Island smoothly. After learning that the Orders of Chivalry had returned, Tulip Castle became lively for the first time in a long time. Madame Marie, along with Lytton and the castle's steward and servants, greeted them on the road on the hillside of the castle. Madame Penelope and Lavera also set off from the small castle in Coral City and came to wait on the road. The aristocrats of Coral City also rushed over when they learned of the news. The sky had just cleared after the rain. There was still some water on the stone-paved road, but this didn't stop the enthusiasm of the welcoming team. The cheers could be heard from afar. List rode on the back of a chocobo, wearing a simple inner shirt and leather armor. The sky-cutter greatsword hung at his waist, and the swift shadow bow on his back. It was difficult to find a suitable word to describe him other than handsome. He always paid attention to his appearance. Even on the ship, he would carefully take care of his appearance. By keeping himself dry and clean every day, not only would he look energetic to outsiders, but most importantly, he would also be confident. Dosen's wounds had already healed. Returning to the familiar Coral Island, he was in good spirits, circling around the night team for a while. Loki, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He might be a little seasick, but fortunately, the powerful resilience of a low-level dragon allowed him to maintain basic riding ability. This is the treatment of a hero's return. I used to always stand in the welcoming team, but now I like the feeling of a triumphant return. Levis was also in high spirits, riding side by side with List, seeing the stability of my home. A sense of accomplishment overflows my chest. Perhaps this is the mission of a knight. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. A knight fought for the territory, while the subjects provided for the knight. Each had their own lives and paths, complementing each other. List nodded. I hope we can see the cheering, welcoming team again and again. We will. The knight walked on the road that branched off from Tulip Castle to Coral City. Most of them would continue to walk towards Coral City, where they would disperse and return to their homes. List and the other aristocrats headed towards Tulip Castle, where they would enjoy their first banquet after returning to Tulip Castle. The Count walked at the front of the team. After seeing Madame Penelope, he immediately dismounted, walked quickly to her, and bowed deeply. Mother, I made you worry. My son, Lee William Tulip, I know that you will return triumphantly every time. Levis and List also dismounted and quickly walked to Madame Penelope. Grandmother, Tulip family's strong youngsters, seeing you return safely, my restless heart is at ease. Madame Penelope hugged the two of them in relief. Despite the hardships of living in the open, you can clearly take care of yourselves. Your bodies are still so strong. The relatives greeted and cared for each other. Even though he had integrated into this world and the Tulip family, Liz still felt uncomfortable. However, he restrained his emotions and fully immersed himself in this moment. After the greetings were over, the team gathered and continued to walk towards Tulip. Liszt dispatched a retainer knight to the flower town to deliver a message that he was safe. He planned to return in the afternoon and not spend the night in Tulip. He really missed the flower town and couldn't wait to rush back, to return to the land that truly belonged to him. "Sir Baron, I want to return to the flower town first. I miss my sister very much," Paris said to Liszt while riding Black Dragon. Liszt did not refuse. All right. After returning to the Coral Island, he no longer needed Paris's personal protection. At the luncheon, after mourning the fallen knight, the atmosphere quickly became enthusiastic. Every time they went to war, someone would die. The knight had long since adapted to parting. After coming back alive, they would inevitably choose to celebrate to their heart's content. The atmosphere of the banquet was high. Levis suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. "Everyone, I need to announce the news. In the Battle of Iron Hoof Island, we have achieved a brilliant victory. On the Coral Island, a new Viscount will be born. My younger brother, Liszt Tulip." Clatter, the applause was thunderous. Liszt nodded to the people around him. Levis waited for the applause to stop and said with a smile, "In 3 days, the title ceremony will be held in Tulip Castle. Let us witness the glorious moment of Liszt." Everyone raised their glasses. Cheers to Viscount Liszt. Cheers to Liszt. Cheers to Sir Viscount. "My glory, I would like to share with you." Picking up the glass and seeing all the nobles around him raise their glasses to him, Liszt smiled and shook the glass in front of him. Then he raised his head and drank the spicy flower wine in the glass. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.